What is up, everyone? I see that fucking copium. You put that back. Anyway, it's GUDAGUDA time. I'm always happy to play this event because it's actually good. Imagine that. Don't tell me what to do, Green Man. All right, let's see here. You know, it's a shame that I already got Mori in P5 like so easily because I don't need to throw the summon tickets at him. I legitimately don't think Summer 6 is going to be good. And here, I've said this before, but here's why. This is pretty much a fact, right? This isn't like reading between the lines. There was that leaker that said he worked for DW, and then he pretty much proved that he worked for DW because he predicted like they're gonna do this, and this, and then they did this, and this, right? Like, so it's just a chance that maybe he's just got insider information, but there's not much reason for him to lie about that. It's pretty clear that that guy was actually an employee for DW. And he said, you know, they've been pulling people off of FGO to work on Sakura Wars and such. And that's very easy to believe. That's the thing. What, if you think the leaker's true or not, which I think it's really obvious it was true, but regardless if you think it's true or not, what he said lines up with reality, right? Over the last like year and a half, 2 years, you know, FGO has really slowed down when it comes to the things that DW does. Hasn't really slowed down with the stuff Type Moon does, or like the third-party artists and all that. That stuff is stayed about the same. But the stuff DW does has absolutely slowed down on FGO on the last few years. Very noticeably so, right? So that guy said that, and that would hurt their ability to do good things for the anniversary. And it really looks like they've been operating FGO on a skeleton crew and doing the bare minimum. Now, that other game, that Sakura Wars game, you know, it's now shut down. And, you know, they killed it super quick because it sucked, and that's that. And they have a new, like, president of operations and stuff that's in charge now. But, so there's the chance that because of the game shut down, they put more people back on FGO, and the new direction from the president changes things. But maybe not. Maybe he puts the staff on a new project entirely. Like, who knows? Like, who knows? But even if they put stuff back on FGO, it's not like they can snap their fingers in a couple of months, just bam, look, we did all this stuff immediately. Like, it takes a while. I can't imagine that much useful stuff being ready by Anniversary 6. And I hope I'm wrong, and I hope they've started turning the ship around a while ago, or they've turned it around at all. But I don't see. I suspect Anniversary 6 is going to give us like the command code UI update, because I swear to God, if they don't at least do that, that's just insane. Like that. The fact that it's taken them a year to do it is ridiculous. It should have been done when they did the update in the first place. This is just absolutely nonsense. But so I expect them to at least do the command code UI update, and then do a lot of stuff that doesn't take a whole lot of work on their part, right? They might do stuff that takes work from the third-party artists, right? Like maybe they get third-party artists to add some new service to the game or something, right? And they might give out free SQ, summon tickets, stuff like that, stuff that affects already existing systems, right? Things that they don't have to do, right? Because a lot of the stuff you see added to FGO is not DW, right? It's Type Moon or it's third-party artists. So in terms of stuff that would require DW to do stuff, I'm expecting it to be very light. I have no hopes for it, which sucks, because then I want them to do things like story replay or new game mode or you know, various UI improvements, making the old story better, you know, shit like that. But yeah, I don't expect any of that. So I think, I do think there's a chance that FGO will get better, though. I do think there's a chance that DW is going to get slapped in the face, and the new leadership will potentially make things better. The new leadership could also make things worse. That's always a possibility. But I'm hoping that the new leadership makes the company better, but I don't think we'd see the fruits of that labor for some time anyway. That's mega cope talking. I don't think it's mega cope talking, because I'm literally saying that I think Anniversary 6 is going to be bad, right? I don't think they've had enough time to turn the ship around, and I think it's going to be a lot of stuff that, you know, Type Moon does or third-party artists do, and DW ain't going to do shit, right? That's what I'm expecting. But I think eventually maybe they turn it around, but we don't even know. I mean, the new leadership, you know, the guy comes from a fighting game. You know, like, the fuck, right? So it could be a complete shit show. I guess we'll use Scath here, because why not? But yeah, it could be a total shit show, and the new leadership could want them to work on brand new games, and they might not care about FGO at all. Like, who knows? So we'll just have to see. I mean, the thing is, companies want to do well, right? You know, DW wants to make money. And so the other games failing and FGO still being one of the only profitable things they have should incentivize them to put more staff back on FGO, and that kind of thing. But, you know, who knows? Oh. Don't these full heal every turn? I'm pretty sure these full heal every turn. Well, and they're probably not divine. Good luck, Scath. We're gonna need an NP crit turn to kill the big one. Oh boy. Watch this NP gain. The music knows what's up. Don't worry, we'll get Queen of Sheba and make it a 1 million heal. That'll help us out. And then do double Paul Bunyan. That actually would probably work, to be honest. There's a lot of easy ways to do this. Like this is not too hard of a stage, but it's gonna be tough for Scath, I have a feeling. Hey, Looking Glass, thank you for the 140 bits. Okay. I can kill the small ones. The big one I'm worried about. I actually think I don't NP here. I need to make some stars. Hey, Zelos. Excuse me, I'm talking with my mouth full. Very professional streamer, by the way. Alright, land the buffs. There you go. That's the start. I don't know if that's her best NP gain or not, or star gen. Her star gen is very weird. 2-hit quick, by the way. Imagine having evade up and then the enemies barely attack you. I mean, maybe they're divine. I don't think so. Oh, I need to change my fucking mystic code. Oh, we need to change that. That is not good. Oh, okay, what we'll do is we'll do default, and we might do a CE that'll give us more damage. Not the event CE though, that's cheating. But yeah, thank you, Zelos. I appreciate the support. And... oh, she can do this. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll be fine. We just need to use the default Mystic Code. Alright, try this with a few people. I think it's kind of fun. I think if you use Black Grail, a lot of people could do it, and then almost any AoE caster can do this. Didn't we do this with Geronimo on JP? I'm pretty sure we did this with Geronimo on JP. Can Caster Gilles do it? I would try if I had him leveled. He probably can. I don't see why he couldn't. Now, I bet you Geronimo did it with a whatever CE. I think if Caster Gilles was going to do it, he would need like Black Grail, which isn't exactly the most budget-friendly thing ever. Not the least budget-friendly, but yeah, I'm almost positive we did this with Geronimo. I feel like I should have made that a video back in the day. Okay, so she would do this very easily with Black Grail, but I think we can do it without, so let's just do default, and then we'll try it with some other stuff. Do you mean Jinko and Lost Vault 4? I don't even remember that fight. Thought it was pretty unmemorable, so I doubt it takes anything too specific. A level 90 Gilles can probably do it pretty easy. You might do it just for the lulz then, but I honestly, I'd like to try level 70 Gilles and see what he can do, if anyone has one. My time has come. Do you have a level 70? Because, yeah, I'd like to try that. And I want to do it with a... see how he does with a kind of a normal CE. That might be really pushing it for him, though. Not really much I can do about NP gain here. No, I got Sanson. Yeah, there's that. 96%. Didn't land the crit up. Bloody old hag! I mean, what? Oh, now you crit though. On the turn, it doesn't matter. Should be fine though. Guess I don't do my quick attacks here. That's what I'm talking about. There we go, we got it. Although, I like how we... Jesus, we didn't crit with anything there. God damn. The only issue now is the living part, because the one we stunned died, so that didn't actually help with our survivability. But it should be okay. The 91k one will be a little rough without the attack up, but it should be totally fine. The 76k one is nothing. The voice acting for these things. Somebody crit. 40, 30, 20. Come on now. I'd like to point out how long it is taking her to get her NP. We're doing the most optimal things to get her NP back, and it is not happening. Not really helpful that the enemies have a low hit count, but still. Oh, the music is looping already. That's a lot sooner than normal. Okay. Do I need to wait for my quick up? I certainly hope not. Let's go for the 76k one. I don't know, maybe she does need to wait for the quick up, we'll see. This will be a hell of a bad turn if it doesn't kill, because I should have just waited. Music looping, unlike, yeah, like Shisho, yeah, she's not doing so good in that department. Might be able to loop against Guadia, but that's about it. I'll take that 77k though, there we go. As long as she gets her NP back before dying, she wins. It doesn't help that I'm not doing quick. If you do quick, you can get crits on the next turn, and those crits help you get your NP again. That's a big thing for her, so having to pass on the quick kind of sucks. Also, the crits on our NP gain have not been very good. Like that 50% right there, of course that didn't land. The Buster, though. We win here, I think. Yeah, I'll just close it because no one's gonna be like, oh, you can't do 90k, right? We've already done like the the bigger one. We have to quick up this one, so we got it. Easy peasy. It's like Scath is good or something. Alright, let's do a caster, and then we'll do like some odd united neutral. Some stuff that we think maybe can win, but not the kind of typical stuff one might expect to use here. Alright, anybody got a level 70 caster, Gilles? Because I really do want to try that. But I feel like a 90 caster Gilles is probably just kind of too obvious, like it's gonna win. Okay, we got somebody. Let me make some room here. Always hate removing people, especially because I recognize most of these, but gotta have enough space here. Alright. Can you throw me your friend code? Because then you can add me and I can add you, and that's the easiest way to do this. I never made a 5-star tier list, excuse you. Unless we're talking about her summer version, but her summer version fucking sucks, so... Totally different. Did I type something wrong there? There we go. I'm kind of excited to see how this goes. Hey, look at that though. I guess we just go with that one because it's the first one to pop up. And that's a pretty normal CE, so. 444, there we go. If he can do this, then ain't nobody able to complain. So we need burst. I think we do this. The only thing about this is we might die too soon. I have a feeling we're going to need to NP twice. Like, I feel like what's going to happen is mine is 1k foe. Wait, is this one not 1k foe? Oh, you're right. Oh, no, yeah, no, we gotta go with that one then. Although now I can't, you know, no one's coming up on my list now. So someone's probably gonna have to relog here because this game. There we go. Oh, and 666. How about that? Okay, so I have a feeling we're gonna have to NP twice. There's no way our NP damage is gonna do like 96k to that one on the side. Like, that is never going to happen. Let's try it with default first, and then if that's not enough to get down the big one, we'll do Anniversary Blonde. Look at this face, man. I mean, we're certainly not trying Saber Gilius on this stage, but if something arises, sure, but I can answer the question right now. He can't beat this stage. Actually, though, if he's like level 100 and crazy crap like that, maybe he could. It's not that hard to do 200k at neutral in a turn. Well, I can't say I care for this opening hand. Yeah, George. Leo, don't take my cards. There we go. I'm alright with this. Has anybody brought double Paul Bunyan or something like that here and see if it stops the healing? Jekyll and Hyde could actually probably do this because it's only 200k. The hard part would be living, but you'd kill the big Nobu right away when you transform. So you'd only have the other two left, right? So he could stun this one. So that's a turn where he doesn't take much damage. So I think he could actually do it. It's just, you know, it's not going to be, how do I put this? It's not going to be great, right? It's not gonna be like the best way to do it, but I think he could do it. Might actually be fun. Okay, burst damage is all I care about. So this turn is make or break for Gilles. It's like he's got to be able to do 200k here, and if he can't, there's really no way. That's why we might need to do Anniversary Blonde though. It's slightly more damage on the NP, I think crits. Holy crap! Okay, I'm gonna go get Anniversary Blonde now. Might need that Black Grail. Wow. Yeah, I remember doing this with Geronimo, because Geronimo has an upgraded NP and art up, so it wasn't so bad, right? Geronimo actually worked fine here. Crazy Eyes could be better. Okay, we'll do Anniversary Blonde and see how that goes. Yeah, Vince CE, that's the other way. Okay, there we go. That is not good. I'm not sure this will only be a little bit more damage. I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. I think Medea could do it. Might have to be a little picky with like your craft essence, but I think she could do it. But yeah, Jekyll and Hyde, you just get your NP when you get low on health from, go for maybe 200% overcharge or whatever, then you transform, try to kill the Nobu right away, which I think you can definitely do. 200k on Jekyll and Hyde is doable. And then you stun the other Nobu, so you buy yourself some time, should have enough health, use your Mystic Code, finish the two off. The 91k one would be the hardest part, but I don't think it'd be that bad. Okay, before I NP, I gotta make the most stars that we can possibly make, which is like 6. Yeah, Geronimo is not an amazing servant overall, but he's good enough for this, because, as someone just said, he's got an upgraded NP, and he's got a pretty decently sized art up. And you can use the attack up from the Mystic Code, and that's pretty much all you need, right? And then you kill a 1, and he even heals himself, so he's not going to fall over dead anytime soon. So Geronimo can absolutely handle this, even though Geronimo's kind of shite, but... Okay, we're not NPing next turn, because I need stars, and we're not making any stars this turn. I wasn't exaggerating, we made 0 stars that turn. Alright boys, it is now time for Caster Gilius's Star Gen. How are we gonna do here? Let's see, I guess that. His Buster didn't even make a star. His Buster and Art, neither of those made a star. Oh man, he made 7. Big stuff, big stuff. Why couldn't that Buster card get a better crit spread? Okay, so just land the 60%, right? I think we're about to be disappointed. Oh man, and we're not even close. When Geronimo is noticeably better than you. So when he laughs in his NP, he's actually laughing at himself. Anybody got Geronimo? I kind of want to show off that Geronimo's better. But, I've already done it in the past, so it's not that big of a deal. But, Jesus. So most casters can do this. You have to be pretty shit to not be able to do this as a caster. Way to go, caster Gilles, by the way. So we don't really need to test many casters. I don't think. What's a fun thing to use here, though? Oh, that's cool, though. Whatever servant you're supposed to bring, we don't have yet, so we'd actually have to do it the hard way anyway. Let's see. No, 100. I don't want to do 100 Geronimo. I want to do 70. I bet you Gorgon could do this. Like, you can't show up Gilles if you use a Grail Geronimo. Oh, Zaw, do you have Geronimo? Let's see the skill ranks, though. Because his art does probably need to be ranked, I would expect, but I did it so long ago, I have no idea what mine was at. I wonder if we did Black Grail also, something like that. The thing is, I'm not sure Gilles could do it with Black Grail, because let's see what Zaw's is. So we got 444. I'm not sure Gilles could do it with Black Grail because his crits after would have done less. I think he might have still failed. Okay, it looks like Zaw is the winner here. He's got that 161 action. Are we foed though? Looks like it. Nope. You thought you could get me there. Look at all these scuffed units over here. Let's see what the Dodge is here. You know, chat, I'm getting the feeling people don't put a lot of resources into their Geronimos. Anyone else get that vibe? I don't know what would cause people to do that. You know, I don't know why someone wouldn't, like, who wouldn't put every resource they ever had into FGO into Geronimo? That's enough. Do we have some, are these 70? You gotta be clear when you say something in chat. You gotta be like, I have a 71, right? Because people keep saying, oh, I've got them, but then it's grailed, or it's that, you know, I need specifics here, otherwise it's not very useful. Because I want to test him like equal to Gilles if we can here. Okay, Zaw's gonna foam. Okay, we'll go with that then. That's because I didn't actually check, but I assume Gilles was foe. I mean, he had yellow numbers, so he was foe to some degree. But I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't max foe. I don't even know. It wouldn't have mattered though, right? He wasn't even close, right? That's the thing. He wasn't even in the ballpark, right? He was way off. Maybe like half, right? Like fucking joke. I don't think Hohenheim could actually do this. The thing is, that's not really a black mark on Hohenheim because Hohenheim is a support. Because Hohenheim has the worst MP multiplier of all time, so he hits like a fucking speck of dust. He's got an art up, but yeah, he would do terrible here. But Hohenheim again is a support unit, so you don't really care. I feel like Babbage should be able to do this. You might need to give him a strong craft essence again, but I feel like you should be able to do this. I am quite sure, though, we did this with Geronimo at 70 back in the day, but I am wondering if we used Black Grail or something. I'm being debated right now. I don't think Shakespeare could do it because he's a 2-star. He does have an upgraded NP and he has a large buster up, so maybe, but I don't know. That seems a bit tough. Two stars is not the best for DPS, so. I might just move on. This is taking forever. But yeah, there's really no other caster that's really worth using because pretty much any other caster will beat this pretty easy. It's like getting 200k in one turn is not actually that hard to do even for a caster. The thing is, like people, I can't just add people because it doesn't work, right? Like I have to, actually the update, it's already there, never mind. Normally, when you want to just add people, right, you have to wait for it to update and shit, and it won't actually work. And by the time you do that and you relog and everything, the other thing would have been done, right? So it's like FGO support system is shit or something. You don't even have them slotted, for crying out loud. All right, let's see which one of these is better. So this one is got the skill at 10. Okay, we have 1k foe. All right, I'm assuming Zaw got it to 1k here. We'll escalate. We'll do Zaw's first because most people aren't going to have Geronimo at 10, right? And if it fails, then we'll upgrade. And if that fails, we probably have to use Black. Because I know I did this on my account, but I wouldn't put it past me to have used Black Grail. Like, I would not have put that past me. Most people don't have Geronimo at 70, that's true, but the ones that do, as we can clearly see, most of them don't have his skills up. Right? I mean, clearly, right? We had multiple people with Geronimo, none of them had his skills up. And that's how I am, right? I have a account where Geronimo's second skill is 10. But all the other ones, that shit ain't 10. I want to try class neutral stuff, though. That's what I want to do. I want to use units that are actually good, but they're not counterclassing. Alright. I'm gonna do quick up here to make more stars for the turn that actually matters here. Seven stars. Here's Gilles, man. I don't know if that was worth it. Alright. Three of a kind bonus versus Buster, NP Buster, and we could have the Buster up. I'll do the three of a kind bonus, but the Buster is probably better. I think if the Buster up was also leveled, then I'd definitely go Buster, but because it's not, I don't know, this might be better. It also would probably depend on your crit chances. Like, if one of them actually had a good crit chance, just go with that one. I feel like he's gonna need Black Grail. That's clearly better, though. Like, that's way better. I think he can do it without Black Grail. You've probably seen something to crit. Because he actually killed one, and he almost killed the other one. So yeah, hell, he probably doesn't even need Black Grail. He probably just needs to either get lucky, or he uses like Heaven's Feel, or dare I say it, that Saber Lily one. I forget the name of it, but that'd probably be good enough too. I don't know why that CE exists, by the way. I see that, Shakespeare, but I don't know why that CE exists, because it's like it barely is better than Heaven's Feel, but it needs like 8 turns to do that. Okay, no, don't do Black Grail yet, because we'll use just the rank 10 skill and see what happens. We don't want to go that far. Back that up. Purely Bloom, yeah, whatever. I know it's some shit like that. Yeah, it goes up to like 50%, and I think Heaven's Feel is also 50% or 40%. I think there was something in the Lily one's favor though, like it's like it was stats are better or something. I can't remember what it is, but something about it is slightly better. But only after a lot, you know, you still need to have the turns go by, which is just, you know, it's not worth it. Oh yeah, I guess there's that. You might not have Heaven's Feel limit broken. I guess that's okay, that doesn't bode well. Well, at least it's 100, but that's pretty much gonna just like this won't do any more damage than the other one because what we're gaining from the skill rank we're losing in the CE. Everything's scuffed on every server, by the way. I mean, Black Grail isn't just better than Heaven's Feel because sometimes you only need a chunk of extra damage, and you don't want to take the 500 damage every turn from Black Grail. Like sometimes Heaven's Feel is enough damage to do what you need to do, and then you don't take the extra damage. So, but generally speaking, Black Grail is better than Heaven's Feel. Like Heaven's Feel is hardly anyone ever uses that CE. Because for crying out loud, if you've got an art NP, you might as well use like Formal Craft. That's almost the same damage on your NP, but then it also makes your normal cards a lot better. And same for if you have Quick, you do Imaginary Round or Buster, Limit Over Zero, and there's a bunch of other CEs that are alternatives to that. You got Art of Death, right? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And yeah, Art of Death, Jesus. Why would you use Heaven's Feel instead of Art of Death? Because Heaven's Feel doesn't make your NP gain better, it doesn't make your crit damage better, it doesn't do any of that stuff. Where Art of Death at least makes your extra attack better, makes your Art, Buster, Quick, all your stuff better. Doesn't help your NP gain or anything like that, but it's still overall it's quite a bit better. I'm gonna do this for the extra stars. Might make a extra star with that Buster up. That'll get him. What, do you mean those new 4-star CEs they added? I would say for a lot of the times those are better just because they have starting NP. But a lot of times when you use Heaven's Feel or Black Grail, it's because you don't need starting NP. I guess the one good thing here... See, now everybody thinks that... I have seen this so much in the FGO community. People think buff stacking is so important. And what I mean by buff stacking, I mean like buffs of different type. Like, oh yeah, you gotta bring a CE that's a buff type that's not the type of buffs you have. That is horseshit. Right, yes, that will make you do slightly more damage on your NP, but it'll make you do less damage on literally everything else. Like on this turn, our NP actually will do more damage than if we had Golden Sumo, because we have Art up, NP up, attack up. But literally everything else in the chain will do less, especially the extra attack. And all those other cards doing less damage will make up for the tiny amount of extra damage we'll do on our NP. Also, it won't even matter because of low-high rolling. So low-high rolling is actually more impactful here and critting than either CE or buff stacking or not buff stacking or any of that. But I see that all the time in the FGO community where people, they put so many eggs in the we gotta have buffs of different type basket, and they forget about, oh yeah, I have all these other cards I need to use though. Okay, we actually killed the side one. Oh, we got the crit, and we still didn't quite win. We really couldn't ask for much better than that because we rolled decently well, and we landed the crit, and we still. So he would need Heaven's Feel or Black Grail, but you can clearly see if he has Heaven's Feel or Black Grail that he's so close to doing it that would work. But that means if you don't have a stronger craft essence like that, Geronimo wouldn't work. Although I guess you could just use the event CE. If you use the event CE in Geronimo, you would be fine. Almost looped, yeah, that's the important part, clearly. Okay, I think it's enough of casters. We don't need to do Heaven's Feel. It's obvious he'll win with a CE that boosts up his damage more, because he was so close. Heaven's Feel, I guess, would be a little bit questionable, because it doesn't help as much as Black Grail, and then your normal attack, so an extra attack would do a pretty sizable chunk less. But I think it'd still be fine. And then Black Grail, it's definitely fine. Alright, fine, we'll do Gorgon. We'll see if she can handle it. What does she want? She probably wants Anniversary Blonde. At least Purely Bloom, though, you got Limit Broken, like, guaranteed, I think. Or Heaven's Feel, you don't. But that was that was early FGO when they wanted event CEs to be worse than Gacha CEs. It took them a while to stop doing that. Oh yeah, and I guess Berserkers are a really good option here. As long as, like, her could do this. Just get your NP, BBB stuff on the middle one. And then you can probably kill the other two, which is a BBB chain. And he's got the survivability, so... Who knew that Hercules was good or something? I should have done Leonidas' quick attack, because she was going to get her NP here no matter what. I could have just made more stars. I feel like she can afford to wait a second. Like, I want to make the stars and just absolutely make sure we have our best, like, case scenario next turn. I never tried Avenger Nobu versus Mothman, but maybe if she has a gut CE. I would think so, because fucking Gorgon can solo Mothman, so... You would just need to time her attack up for like that last health bar. You have to be able to like one-shot that last health bar pretty smoothly. Wait, doesn't she have buff removal resistance? Yeah, doesn't Big Nobu have buff removal resistance? Because if she does, that's not even hard. Then like, of course yeah, that's not even hard then. Then she can do that easy. Because the whole gimmick there is he removes your buffs and then, you know, tries to one-shot you with normal card damage. That's like the whole thing, so you need a gut CE. But yeah, no, yeah, she'll make that a joke then, because she can just live like a normal person. It's just she wasn't out, you know, back then. But if you haven't played through the story yet, and then you level her up, and then you get, yeah, then yeah, that will work. But yeah, kind of late to the party for her. But yeah, buff removal resist, kind of OP there. $30 stars, 80, 60. Seen better. I will say though, Mothman can one-shot Avengers like it's nothing, but you can deal with that with your Mystic Code and then your own hard survival skills and things like that, so you should still be fine. Alright, let me... We did that pretty easy. I want to do with a couple more units here, then we'll move on. But, I really have an issue with how, like, those tier lists are done. Like, they just throw everything in D tier that's not, like, super meta. That's ridiculous. Like, everything they put above D is like if it has some degree of meta to it, and then if it's not the meta, then it's worthless. That's stupid. That's not how you make a fucking tier list. That's like, it's like, that's when you do a game reviews and only, you know, 8, 9, and 10 are actual scores, right? And then literally anything that's 7 or lower is all bad. That doesn't make any sense to use like a scale that way. I need to make like a joke video where I act like I'm putting a tier list together, all serious like, and then I just put like Castor Artoria in S tier, and I put every other servant in D tier, because that's basically how they do it. So. Oh my god! Speaking of tweets, somebody like sent me a message because I was like apparently brought up in like some old tweet or something, and this was from like a month ago or 2 months ago or something. But I just now was brought to my attention because I don't use Twitter. Some guy that I guess is a Fate fan or something, but hadn't really played FGO, tried FGO and was all like mad at it, and he put out this tweet and he was like, you know, there's no quality of life, or the quality of life is terrible. I'm like, I agree with that part. And he was like, how you progress in the game is completely tied to how lucky you are in the gacha. he said this straight up, you cannot beat the game without spending money. And I'm just like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, did somebody get to Gwaine and throw a bunch of like AoE riders at him and get your ass blasted? Is that what happened? Because it's like, it's just bullshit. It's like, and I will say, a big part of the problem is FGO doesn't teach you anything, right? On your way to Camelot and beyond, the game like conditions you to just click random buttons. It's like, it's a match 3 game, right? Like literally the game makes you think there's no depth to it and you just literally mash random buttons and that's that. You know, it does not point you in the direction of thinking about team building and synergy and using your normal cards in an intelligent way to like think about, do I need to build my NP here? Do I need to do normal card damage? Or do I need to do a mix of these things? Do I need to make stars here, or is this a wasted turn, so I might as well like make stars just because I have nothing else to do, right? Like, it doesn't teach you to do any of that. It doesn't teach you about taunt walls. It doesn't teach you about like balancing your, like, use your skills for survival, then use the Mystic Code, then maybe use your skills again, you know, like surviving a lot of NPs, David, right? None of that. It doesn't teach you any of that. It's all there, right? And it actually can be some pretty compelling gameplay, but the game doesn't teach you that. And so you go from the game being, I mean, let's be real. The game goes from being Candy Crush to like an actual video game in Camelot. So if you're sitting there just being and then all of a sudden the game wants you to pay attention and you haven't been doing that this whole time, you're going to think it's impossible. And that actually happened to 2 of my friends. I had 2 friends that were playing through FGO, I remember, and they saw the error of their ways later. But, you know, they just been playing all derpy-like up to Camelot, and then they got to Gwaine and like, oh, this is just a bullshit stack check that you couldn't possibly beat. But it's like, no, actually, you can do it quite reasonably with, you know, shit, right? You can beat Gwaine with garbage, right? You just need to know how to, you know, use said garbage. But yeah, it is kind of FGO's fault, so, and I agree that, you know, the game has, you know, bad quality of life. You know, he was correct about that, but your progression is not tied to the gacha at all. You know, the free-to-play units are all very usable and good. This is why they need a challenge tower where the first 20 floors are actually dedicated to showing you how to play the fucking game, right? Like, you can have a few floors that you have preset units and things like that, and like, you know, show them, you know, like if you literally set up the floor where if you don't use David's second skill on the turn you're about to be NP'd, you'll lose the floor no matter what you do, right? You do stuff like that and you just kind of show things off to people. And you can even make the reward for beating that floor a copy of David, right? And like some embers and a few, like a couple archer statues. Like why not? Like, just do, you know, get people, you know, prepped here. You know, do shit like that. Do a stage where taunts make sense, and when you win it, you get a copy of George and some rider, you know, silver statues or whatever, right? And maybe a couple of the mats George uses. Like, it'd be good for the player base, and also helps people kind of get the servants they need. And then you make the later floors, you know, spicier, and you bring your own units, and they can get harder and harder. But it's after floor 10 or 20, it's optional, right? You don't need to do them. You can just do them when you're like, oh, I'm ready to do it now. Kind of like the Abyss mode in Epic 7, right? So yeah, there's some things like that would help FGO so much. Like, it would help so much. They have a real problem with you know, people having no idea how to play the game for a long time, and then all of a sudden they're expected to know how to play, and they're like, oh, right? And they think it's like pay to win or something. Okay, who do I want to try here? I do agree, a lot of the depth in FGO is an accident in terms of the core mechanics. However, I do not agree with that for boss design. Like, whoever is in charge of making the bosses does a good job, and they know what they're doing. Zeus is not an accident. I mean, there are almost every challenge quest in the last like 4 years has been really good. Right? Like, and sometimes they maybe miss the mark a little bit, and it's maybe stat-wise a little too hard or a little too easy, but the gimmicks are always clever for the most part. They find the right balance of introducing new concepts and bringing back old concepts to kind of give your whole roster things to do. Like, seriously, whoever is in charge of challenge quests and then, like, the main story fights, like the important ones, they know what they're doing. They absolutely, that is not an accident. They know what they're doing, and they know how to make bosses with depth. They absolutely do. Now, the core mechanics of FGO, because they were designed so long ago, and DW was a nothing company that was trying to make shovelware at the time, all that is an accident, I agree. Like, the fact that you have actually more to think about per turn than you might realize, right, with the way the 3-card system works, and your NPs and your skills and everything, That all of that depth, that's absolutely an accident. 100% that's an accident. And like Nasu got more involved in FGO later, and they've said in interviews that he specifically wanted them to make bosses that were more challenging and would be more like Dark Souls, so it was more rewarding to beat them. And it's because he'd been playing a bunch of FromSoft games. I'm serious, like this literally happened. So all that stuff, not an accident. But yeah, those core mechanics that were made long before Natsu gave a shit about FGO. That just total RNG, and we lucked out on that one. Who's someone interesting to try here? I wonder if 100 Phase could loop and everything. I'm not sure 100 Phase could get to 200k at 90. I mean, her first NP wouldn't kill, but once you stacked up more of the art defense downs, she probably could. But at 90, I don't know, it'd be tough. If I could do it on with my JP 100 Phase, I'd probably try, but I feel like it's a lost cause here. There's always Herc, that'll be really easy though. Mordred's kind of an interesting one. Can she do 200k at neutral at level 90 NP2? Max is crying right now. This is a sad Mordred, but let's give it a shot. Why not? I don't think this will work, but you never know. I might upgrade her CE in a second. When you're kind of this disadvantaged, I don't mind maybe giving them a little extra help, but we'll do Golden Sumo for now and see what happens. Dude, I've seen people failing at the challenges in this event, like the side stuff. And it's not like they're handicapping themselves. Like, they're using the story supports and shit. And there were people complaining that the side bosses in this are too hard. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I can understand that maybe if you're a newer account, you can't do it without the story support, right? Because maybe you just don't have the kind of units that you need yet. And you know, fair enough. That you know, sure. But if you use the story supports, you can be the biggest piece of shit and like have the worst account ever, and you can handle these, for God's sakes. I could do it on like a week-old account, I'm pretty sure. Hell, I could probably do it on a day one account if I just started like, you know, gas. But yeah, I've seen people complaining, not a lot, but a few. I've seen people complaining, about the bosses in this, and they're not. You can make them hard if you want, right? You can optionally make these more difficult, like we do, but you know, that's an option. It's not like the game is forcing you to deal with this nonsense. I wonder if that's why they don't do events like this. Like, it was like, oh guys, we went too far. They can't handle it. Because the closest event to this that they ever did again was 4.5. 4.5 had a similar format to this with the side bosses and stuff that were optional, and you could bring a story support to make them easier and that kind of thing. But two big things. One, way more farming in 4.5, and the farming was a lot more dull, right? The farming in this is very flexible, and it's much better, right? With the tax system and everything. The farming in this is quite good. Where the farming in 4.5 was just terrible, right? It was very boring and long and shitty. And also, the big one, the side bosses in 4.5 were just easier than these, right? They were really dialed it back, with the exception of like that Saber stage, right? Like that Saber stage with the Lancer. It was the Lancer homunculuses that would heal themselves, right? Like when they attacked or whatever. That one was pretty good. But yeah, the 4.5 boss skin were a lot less interesting than these ones. So it was like this. It was basically 4.5 was the GUDAGUDA event, but worse in every way, right? That's pretty much what that was. I just realized Mordred doesn't have her second skill buff. The whole reason I thought this might be possible was because of her second skill buff, but we don't fucking have that, so this is not going to go well. I also don't have command codes, apparently. Well, good luck, kiddo, but I don't think we got this. Actually, I do have command codes. They're just not very good ones. Hi, Arjuna. Well, she could kill the other two, like, over time. She could kill the... with a better CE, it's possible. And if she was, like, you know, NP3 or maybe NP4, she could do it. But, Not quite. She can do with Black Grail. She could definitely do with Black Grail. I was close enough for that. Not bad, not bad. D-tier unit, shaking my head. Yeah, a stronger Mordred would have been able to do that. And mine can, but I'd have to compensate with, like Black Grail or something. Might be able to do it with Heaven's Feel, but probably would need Black Grail. Let's see. Who else do we want to try? What about Cleo? I can't think of any reason Cleo would do better than Mordred here. Unless you just bought a stronger Craft Essence. Because they're both NP2, so on and so forth. Could do Beowulf. That's kind of interesting. He wouldn't have a hard time. He won't have any issue doing the damage. He'd have an issue staying alive, but I think he can probably. I mean, Scath did it, for crying out loud, so. I think Baldy could do it. The only issue Baldy would have would be dying, but I think it'd be okay. You'd have to, you know, build up to 2 NPs. If you do that, he'd be alright. So I think he could do it. Caster Coup can definitely do it. Assuming, does Caster Coup surely has his upgraded NP on NA, right? As long as he's got his upgraded NP, I think he's got it. Because then he's got upgraded NP and the Buster up, and then you'd have the... a VC Braun could do it on JP for sure, because the VC Braun got a really big buff where his NP does more damage and his NP does NP up before damage. So you got like a double NP buff. VC Braun could probably do it though with like Black Grail or whatever, but without, I don't know. I don't think he could quite do it without, but he could do it on JP. I don't think Antonio could do it unless he was Grailed. And all the stuff we just mentioned could do it if they were Grailed, obviously. But Antonio's pretty poo-poo damage at neutral, to be honest. He doesn't even have an upgraded NP. Baldy could potentially live long enough without any specific command codes. He's got his evade, and you got the Mystic Code and everything, so I think he'd be alright. I think Baldy wouldn't have too hard of a time here. Like, there's probably a chance of, like, it going wrong, and, you know, your crit's not showing up in the right spots, and you get crit by the Nobus, and things like there's, I'm sure, you know, his win rate's not gonna be like 100% or something, but, okay. I don't even know if I need to cast everything, but I feel like I can kill the other ones without these buffs, so... I think I saved the Buster up, so I feel like this is just overkill. I was glad Scath did it though, because she didn't even need her anti-divinity thing, so that's kind of cool. Like, I don't think anyone would think of, oh yeah, Scath will do this, right? Like, it's just not a servant you'd even think about. Her being able to do it's kind of fun. Can I kill the 76k one with just a Buster up? If I can't, I need to be getting NP gain. So time to find out if this is a mistake or not. Oh yeah, no, we got that. I actually could have done that without the Buster up, and I could have saved the Buster up and killed the 91k one right here. Which, that one, I have a feeling I can't kill, so I need to get my NP. So I could have won this turn if I played better. Actually, he might be able to do that with BBB, and he absolutely can do that with BBB if he's got the Buster up. If I get crit again here, I'll have to cast the other guts. We'll see. Not the best at NP gain, Beowulf. Not exactly his strong suit. Yeah, I won't do the guts yet. I'll do it maybe next turn. This poor Nobu, man, it just wants to hang out and heal, and we're punching it. We are really struggling on the NP gain frontier. Okay, there's the crit. Alright, you know what? We don't need to wait for no NP. We got this. Alright, I think it's time we move on from it. Look at that we got! Look at that! No crit! We had perfectly good crit chances there, and we didn't get a single crit there. What a fucking joke. Beowulf trying to throw. Buster bad, by the way. Oh yeah, clearly. You couldn't possibly beat Gwaine with a Buster servant. I don't remember Nash showing up on the screen on JP. I absolutely don't remember that happening. I'm almost positive that's an NA thing. And it's because I don't think the subtitles showed up at all on JP, right? Nash would just talk in the background. There was no subtitles popping up. And so I think they added that to, I guess, be more immersive with the subtitles or some shit. But it's kind of annoying because it blocks the text there. NA exclusive, yeah. Don't you guys feel special? I'm not gonna lie, I'm enjoying NA more than JP, good guy right there. But I'm enjoying NA more than JP right now because JP isn't doing fucking anything, and they haven't been doing anything for an insanely long time. I am really looking forward to, you know, when Lost Belt 6 actually comes out, but we gotta wait a long time. Also, in 2 years, NA is gonna be where JP is right now, so, you know, have fun with that. Okita is always in a weird position in the GUDAGUDA events, by the way. Overwhelmingly, my grailed units are Buster and Quick. I have... Lancelot might be my only art grailed unit when I think about it. I've had fuck all of those. Asterios is on my ult, though. And also, let's be real, Asterios is not a Buster servant or an art servant. He is a bull. He is a maze servant. Sure, spamming this song every 2 seconds. I feel like there's a lot of love for Asterios out there. I think a lot of people like him. I don't think a lot of people like him so much to grail him, but I don't really ever see Asterios hate, and it's just really common to find people that do have a grailed Asterios. Like, you know, he's definitely one of the more liked bronzes out there. Wait, is this a level 90 stage? Not that I have a problem with that. It's just these stages have been so the main story ones have been so easy that I'm like, is this main story? Is this like, I'm confused. They went from like being level, you know, 20 and 30 and shit, and just like level 90. Like, what? Oh, you're right. That's probably the big guy. Yeah, it's probably the big guy because it's the Berserker. That's probably why. He's so cool. Why is he not playable? God damn it. I remember one of the fights with him is like optional. Well, it's not optional, but you don't have to win to continue. But you can, if you make a really disgusting setup, you can beat him before it ends. That might even be this one. I think you fight him multiple times where you don't have to like full on win. But I think there's another one, because I remember you fight him like 3 or 4 times, and I think more than one time are you able to kill him without actually needing to. Let's try to be somewhat disgusting then. Let's see. So armor ignore good. It's like Fujinobu really good here. The issue is my account doesn't have any supports that are worth a damn. You know, chat, what would be awesome is if for Anniversary 6 we got a bunch of servants like we did for Anniversary 4, and they added like Maxwell's Demon, you know, the Samurai dude, Oberon is like a bronze or silver support, right? That I forgot his name, but that one general dude from Lost Belt 3, right? Like there's a lot of green stuff, so much Kofi, right? They can do it, right? They did it before. Remember Anniversary 4? They added all that stuff that we'd seen in the past. You know, they added Jason and Chen Gong, right? They could do it again, right? It'd be awesome. But yeah, dude, if they randomly added a bunch of characters again at once like that, and one of them was Maxwell's Demon, I would be so fucking happy. I would rail that so quick. Like, god damn it. 1-star Zeus, yeah, clearly. So much copium right now. Okay, what do I want to go with? Who do we want our damage dealer to be? So there is Fujino. That's a legit option here. There's Shiki. Now my Shiki on JP is 10-10-10. But let me check. I bet you my Shiki on NA is significantly worse than that. I doubt I did anything. Yep. There's the 444. That's great. Who do we want to use then? There's always Lu Bu, although Berserker Violence is not the best, but Armor Ignore is good for trying to do big damage. Angry, airy noises indeed. Here, let me look. Let's see what our mats are. Let's see. I might try Scath just because, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. What am I doing right now? How does one play game? Oh, no wonder I didn't level her skills. Who wants to use bones? We'll try a few things here. I don't have Lancer Lee on this account. Actually, I'm not sure I have Lancer Lee on any account, which is a catastrophe, but what are you gonna do? Alright, there's no mercy here. Although, I do have Black Grail on this account. Because Scath has the worst NP gain ever, that might not be the way to go. Scath also might not be my best nuker because this guy doesn't have Divinity. I might be better off with something else. Hell, Jalter is actually pretty good here. Although she's only NP1, so... I'm hoping if you stun him, he doesn't cast the defense up. That's the plan here. Also, Scath can't repeat NP worth a damn, so... Honestly, a lot of ways Lancer Lee is better than her, though. Like, very much so. A lot of people just, like, miss that. And then, also, Lindley buff Lancer Lee. There's also this, I suppose. Jesus Christ, yeah, that's pretty good here. And you could limit break it by now, too, right? And it'd be 200%. If you wanna kill him in the time limit, that's definitely the way to go. Let me look here. I haven't been farming, so I probably can't get it yet. I already got a drop. But I haven't farmed, like, at all yet, so I can't buy all of these, like, for sure. Maybe we farm real quick? Because it's fun to try to do this if you can, so why not? We don't have to farm too much. We need... What do we need? So we need 130 of these. Okay, yeah, it won't take long. We just need these 2 mats, that's it. Although we have to get that one twice. Besides, we can collect some taxes. Technically, I should do all of these stages before... Okay, actually, that one doesn't boost taxes. Actually, I may have already done all the ones I need to do then. Yeah, none of these boost taxes. Okay. Alright, let's do some random bullshit here. I don't know what these stages drop, so I'll just bring whatever bonus CE until I see. I don't need the bronze drop, though, so I should bring somebody that has one of the other drop boosts, just in case this stage drops what I want it to drop. And before nobody has any of those. Oh, there we go. think I needed... Do I need silver and gold? Yeah, I think I need silver and gold. Okay. Oh, Medusa time. When in doubt. Dude, Spartacus is so good because he can do like farming stuff easy with just this thing. And then if you are using like Shakespeare or some other budget option like that, you can get his NP with a 50% one if you need more damage. Like if you don't have the Sakura one, or if like the second wave has enemies that are tougher, so you need the damage. So it's so easy for Spartacus to do stuff like that. And because he's a berserker, it works on any class. So yeah, he's pretty good. Could do that. Don't really need to though. Oh, I know what we'll do. There we go. And then we'll do, let me see, what I want to do for damage. Okay, she's 10, 10, 10. Oh, I know. Here we go. There's our boy. Team cost, I guess. Alright, what could go wrong? Yep, honestly, for new players, Spartacus is going to be really good because they won't have the Sakura CE anymore, and they can at least do like Arash, Spartacus, and then Arash is replaced by Shakespeare, and then Shakespeare and Spartacus's charge skills mean Spartacus gets his thing, right? And then the other unit can be whatever unit you want to deal with the final wave. And maybe you need one turn for that last unit to actually get their NP in time. But that's not that big of a deal, right? Like a 4 turn is still fine. It's like free-to-play units are good or something. Just don't you all have K-scopes? Hey Jin, what's up, man? Thank you for the resub. Oh boy, tax collection. Yeah, I mean, this event is fun though, but yeah, it is taxes, pretty much. Oh wait, I was supposed to bring Shakespeare. Oops. Well, I'm trying to think. I could just have. I could just have. You know what? Let's see if Spartacus can handle the third wave. Oh my god, I didn't do that right either. We are messing everything up right now. Scuffed farm. Gotta turn in my farming license. It's all over. I had her art cards earlier, and I just didn't use them. Excuse me. I don't think I even NP now. It's that scuffed. And before she doesn't do 9k. I was hoping she would crit there. There was really no way to make that turn good. That's really frustrating. All this because I didn't bring Shakespeare. I'm gonna be pissed if I don't need to do this stage again. I want to do the stage again to fix the team, but I have this stupid feeling that they're not gonna drop the mats that I need, and I'm gonna have no reason to do this stage again. Well, they're dropping one of the mats I need there. Look how long this took though, because I messed it up. Like, what a joke. Okay, and now I have 2 NPs for an enemy with 138k health. Pretty sure Medusa can handle that. Oh wow, it actually... No, it does not drop what I need. It drops the gold, but I need the silver. I'm hoping we don't need Spartacus's NP here. I mean, to be fair, farming is still easy because I still won. The only casualty was Arash, and he killed himself. What a shame though that stage doesn't drop what we need. Might do it one more time just cause. More taxes. Man, we wasted our charisma too. When nobody has the event CEs there. Okay, let's make this a little better. I almost wonder if Spartacus is going to be better for the final wave then though, because he's going to have double Buster up because of Shakespeare. He's almost 60 though and not proper counterclassing. Hard call. Do y'all think you're going to get Arash's animation update early for anniversary, for NA's anniversary? I think you will, actually. Because it's not tied to like some event. There's not like some fourth wall breaking joke in a story. Like, you know, that's the reason they don't do them early a lot of the time. And they give you all a lot of like movie promotional stuff early. Like they do that all the time. That's like so their memo. So I absolutely think you're going to get Arash's early. Now, hard to say if it'd be for the anniversary specifically or not, but I absolutely think you're getting it early. You'll probably get the Fionn one early, but God knows when you'll get it. Like, y'all got freaking Stheno and Uriel within like a month. That was ridiculous. Meanwhile, you still don't have Hans's or Gilgamesh. Don't make no sense. Am I overestimating Spartacus? Probably. This is where the other farming unit being Buster would be good, because you don't need the Buster up from Shakespeare for the second wave. Oh yeah, no, Medusa is way better for that wave. Not even close. Good try, Spartacus. If Spartacus had a Buster card there instead of Quick Art, probably could have pulled it off. But yeah, I think Medusa would have a better shot at that. That's true. Medusa's event damage too, so yeah, it's definitely in her favor. Actually, I might do this stage one more time. If I do it one more time, I'll have enough. Although I gotta get that CE twice. Let's see what other stages are available here. It is so hard to remember where the free quests are in this event, because like a lot of the stuff you click, like if you've already beaten it, it won't show like the number that you need to go there, right? Like it's like right there, you can't, there's no difference between this node and like this node, right? Oh, so there's one there too. They really, that's one area I think they really messed up on this event. Like really obnoxious. Yeah, that's the other mat we need. Okay, that's not even a free quest. It might unlock one though when we beat it. Alright, I guess I'll do this one a few more times, because although it's not dropping the silver mat I need, it does have a good drop on the gold one. And I'm going to need those bronze mats in the long run. So we'll do it a bit. I should look for someone that has a gold mat drop, because that's what we're actually here for, but those are kind of rare. Speaking of which, even though I don't need... I have over 1,000,000 FP on an A, I should probably update my support list, you know, like once a year or some shit. It's either Shakespeare or Mozart, I would say. We'll keep Mozart, he's unique. Oh yeah, there we go. Give him that mash. That's the good shit right there. Perfect. Okay. Not a single gold mat, so we'll just go with the bronze one. Let's see, what can we do to make this better? You could do the switch Mystic Code, but that's like... And also you could use Waver, but fuck that. Switch Mystic Code is... Well, I probably need XP on this account, I bet. Fine. Be Alex if he was maxed, but he's not, so we'll do this. This actually is not that much better, because what we're gaining from Caesar, we're losing from the Mystic Code giving less. It's still better, but it's not that much better. I'm not rolling for Tesla on NA, that doesn't even make sense. Like, I have no SQ right now, and he's NP0, right? Like, if I have him NP1 on one account, I'm obviously going to try to get him NP2 on that account, and not try to get him NP1 again on another account. Like, that's just dumb. But yeah, let's have 2 NP1 Teslas, boy, this is awesome. Also, he, like, never gets another solo rate up again, so maybe one of these days. Be nice if they'd like rate it. I like how on White Day they only did split rate ups for the male characters, but then on Valentine's Day they actually did like rotating some of the rate ups, so they actually had solo rate ups for some of the off characters. So it's like, really? You couldn't do that for Tesla literally any time? What I really want for Tesla though is an animation update. There's no point doing the bus drop. London animations. At least London animations are better than day one, but they're still not great. Mordred had the best animations for like that era, and that was because she was like the focus of that story and a 5-star and so on and so forth. She had like the red lightning and all that. Not, hers weren't like amazing animations or anything, but they were definitely better than everything else. Alright, this is technically probably going to 3-turn, but all the extra clicking, it's not really any better. This is where, like, my JP account would have a way easier time, because My Medusa's level 80 over there. Still pushing it a bit. Yeah, Edison needs one too. Not as much as Tesla though, but he does need one. Okay, so that's enough for one copy, but I need 2 copies, so we gotta keep doing this a bit. I don't even need to do this farming right now, technically, like to progress with the event. I just want to get the CE because it'll be fun. Oh hey, there's the... No, that's the drop I need in the other node, damn it. The Summer Nobu boss fight actually has the Summer OST. That's a nice touch. I'm absolutely not saving up for Canis on NA. I don't know why people think like it's crazy to me how many people like try to act like they know like how it's just. Every time chat opens their fucking mouth, it just reaffirms that they have absolutely no idea, like, what my priorities are, ever, right? And yet, they have, like, the courage to try to speak for me all the time, right? I remember the other day, someone added me on Discord, but I guess they, like, deleted the at or something, because I couldn't find it, so I searched people that had just said green, right? Terrible mistake, by the way, don't ever do that. Anyway, and then I just saw like so many people, like someone had asked like, does green like X servant or Y servant? And so many people were like, oh, he likes this, that, and they were all wrong. There was like this massive conversation about like, what I liked and didn't like, and they were all so wrong. I was like, what is wrong with these people, right? It's like, why are you even talking about this? And then if you are talking about it, why would you chip in if you clearly have no idea what you're talking about? Right? It's fucking crazy to me. Like, it's not a crime to not know, like, my criteria or my taste for things. That's pretty normal, right? Like, why would you know? But then if you don't know, shut the fuck up, right? It's silly. Clearly, it's Cairo spreading fake news. That's the thing. How many? I know I've said this a million times. Like, my regulars are like, oh, here we go again. Like, I don't have like some master plan for NA, because I say it with me now, I don't care about NA. It's a 2-year-old version of the game. It's my old account, right? Sure, sometimes there's content on NA that I really like and I'll play it, you know, great. And I'm not mad that NA exists. I'm very glad NA exists. It should have existed a long time ago. The fact it took them so long to make an NA version of this game is kind of ridiculous, right? But I don't prioritize NA at all, right? It's completely. There's a reason I stream it like 3 times a year, because I'm normally just, you know, way more into JP and that kind of thing. I play NA when JP's doing fucking nothing, or when like there's a really exceptional, you know, like GUDAGUDA was a very good event. It's way better than the typical event that they put out in FGO. So obviously I'm happy to play that again, right? Things like that. That's all NA ever is to me. And of course it is, because I've been playing JP way longer and I'm infinitely more invested in JP, and JP is always the new stuff, and I like seeing the new stuff, right? If there's a new boss fight, new challenge quest, new servant, new command code, new UI, new game mode, new animation update, you know, any of that stuff, it's always on JP, so of course I fucking care about JP. And I get it, a lot of my viewers are NA players, and that's great. There is nothing wrong with playing NA and preferring NA, go nuts. But it's pretty obvious at this point that I prefer JP, and I would say my reasons for which make a lot of sense. You know, I've been playing JP since long before NA even existed, right? And you know, I'm never gonna main NA, so of course I'm not like sitting here min-maxing. I don't even log in most of the time, right? Like I logged in like 1 time between Asclepius and Mori being added, right? Like, boy, I'm getting all the SQ that way, right? Like, so yeah, I don't care about the game. I don't even log in, so I don't even collect SQ. So So I'm obviously not saving up for Canis or Tesla, because I'm not saving up for anything. This is a nice background, by the way. A lot of green. Looks a lot better than a lot of the... Some of the day one backgrounds look fine, to be fair. But some of the day one backgrounds, like, holy shit, do these suck. I tell you what, though, the texture quality on those bushes is a travesty. But, you know, DW, please. Now, I think the player base for FGO is the same between JP and NA, to be honest. No difference. It's the same shit, right? There's different numbers, right? For English-speaking people, obviously more people play the NA version, so you have a bigger sample size. But it's like, there is human excellence and human stupidity everywhere. No, it doesn't matter if it's this fandom, that fandom, you know, this game, that game, you know, YouTube, Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit. It's all... People are going to be fucking stupid, and people are going to be cool, right? And there's always going to be that vocal minority of just, like, what drivel is coming out of your mouth. I mean, you remember Lost Belt 5? Remember some of the gems of human wisdom that came out of when Lost Belt 5 came to JP? Right? I don't see NA topping that level of stupidity very often, right? So there's plenty of, you know, bullshit no matter where you go, and most people are fine, right? Most people that play FGO are totally fine and reasonable, but it just gets it bugs me after a while when I have people constantly talking for me when I don't know why. Like it's just weird how many people try to talk for me and then just get it unbearably wrong all the time, and it's just like, what are we doing here? But yeah, NA, not a priority for me. Never gonna be a priority for me. But I play it when I feel like it, or when, more importantly, I play it when I have time. That's the thing. A lot of times I don't have time to play NA if I wanted to or not. So there's no master plan on NA. I'm not saving for shit. At most, I save for 3 stars, right? Like at most, I save for 3 stars. And oh look, I got Asclepius and Mori, right? Like that's the thing I actually put at least some effort into getting. But like, if I do ever go for anything, right, it's something, generally things I don't have on JP. Like I got Scath. Now I do have Scath on JP now, but I didn't at the time. And that was just because, you know, Scath's kind of cool. She's not my favorite, but it's something different, right? But like, I don't care if I miss something on NA, right? Even if I missed Mori, I wouldn't care, because if I want to do Mori stuff, I'm gonna do Mori stuff on JP because he's level 100, 10, 10, 10, 2K foe, has command codes. Good crap. You know, like, and I play JP anyway, right? So it's like, it's not a big deal if I don't have Mori on NA. The only reason I really care is just because he's a 3-star, and if I do want to do any, you know, low-star stuff for a video or something, you know, Mori can be pretty practical. Which, I guess not according to @Media, though, because @Media rated him as a D tier, because of course they did, but, which is honestly bizarre to me. I don't, legit, Mori is not the best low star in the game. Like, holy crap, he is absolutely not. Like, but he is useful when you need, like, man, I gotta break this health bar on turn 1, and it's like a 200k health bar or something like that. He's one of the only budget options you even have to do that, unless it's a Saber or a Berserker, then you've got Billy and things like that. But because low stars don't have a lot of self-battery skills, they don't have anything like Waver, there's none of that. There's no getting your NP right away with a 50% starting NP in like Shakespeare, right? You're only at 70% now. Unless you're like Bedivere or, you know, Billy or very specific servants, right? So your options to do like a lot of damage quick are pretty bad for low stars, and one of their only ways to do it, especially if you're fighting an Avenger or a Ruler or some, you know, crap like Assassin, yeah, all that caster damage. Anyway, if you're fighting a class like that, one of your only options is Mori. He's one of the only options you have. Now, Mori does come with drawbacks. You know, you're gonna have to invest into protecting him, otherwise he's gonna die in like 2 or 3 turns. And if you invest into protecting him, that's gonna slow your team down, because again, if you're being budget, you don't have a way to protect Mori and maintain, you know, constant damage, right? You just can't be done. So Mori has drawbacks, and he doesn't work in a lot of fights. But he also does work in a lot of other fights, right? He is overall, I'd say, very useful. So it's bizarre to me that they rated him so badly, but I guess they have no idea what they're talking about. But because I would never rate Mori. I would never rate Mori as, like, you know, S tier for low stars. Like, of course not. But he is useful. Like, he can be handy. Why were we talking? It's talking about Arthur versus Mama Nobu, Demon Nobu, you know, whatever you want to call her. There's no point in really comparing them because the only thing they have in common is Buster. That's it. They have so little in common, right? Nobu is very normal card damage oriented, has hard survival. You know, ramps up over time. Arthur is like burst, very AoE focused. Not so, I mean, he has some degree of normal card focus like she does, but not. He's way more AoE focused for the most part. Has no hard survival, but then has like a huge niche bonus. You know, fucking massive niche bonus. But then outside that niche, you know, Arthur is better, I guess, at repeat and peeing. Like they have so little in common, right? They're just. One's a saber, one's an extra class. Like, they're just so rarely are you like, oh, I wonder which one is better for this stage, Arthur or Nobu. Like, they're applicable in such different scenarios. Now, they're both kind of on the version of 5 stars, and I guess that's why people do it. Yeah, Arthur versus Mordred makes a trillion way more sense because they're applicable in the same scenarios. But I honestly, in terms of like how useful they are to a player, like overall, I'd say Nobu and Arthur are pretty similar. I'd probably, honestly though, favor Arthur these days. If you're factoring in just general gameplay. Because honestly, I think Arthur's underestimated for farming. I think Arthur is actually really good for farming. I use him all the time for farming. And especially with like the kind of new wave that they've been doing over this last like year or so. So NA hasn't seen it yet, but it'll come to NA sooner. I guess started around Requiem, maybe a little before Fate Requiem, somewhere in there. It was probably a bit before Fate Requiem. But anyway, they started to introduce a lot of wonky farming stages where like you fight, you know, the enemy waves. They're normally 3-3-3. You fight 3 enemies, 3 enemies, 3 enemies. But they started doing stuff like 1-1-1 or 1-1-2 or 2-1-1 or you're just stupid shit like that, right? They've been doing a lot of stuff like that. So critting has been a lot better because a lot of times if you can take out one of those waves, it's just one dude with like a big crit. That's really helpful. So often what they do in those stages is they try to make the second wave a bit tougher than normal. The second wave is like a Spriggan or a Dragon or some shit like that before like the actual boss, you know, or farming boss, you know, in wave 3, like a servant, right? And so a lot of time that second wave is a giant, right? Spriggan, giant, Dragon, giant, right? A lot of that stuff ends up being a giant enemy, so Arthur gets his anti-giant bonus. And I'm telling you, I've just found stage after stage after stage after stage where they try to make those wonky farming stages that Arthur is amazing for. Where not only does he's like AoE, his NP is able to wipe out one stage, but then his anti-giant damage / crits can wipe out another stage, right? And he has the battery skill, so it's easy to get his NP and that kind of thing. Like I just found him so useful for those stages. And also just through pure coincidence, this won't necessarily last, but a lot of those wonky stages have just coincidentally promoted Sabers. There's been a lot of them where Saber's been a good class for them. So I found Arthur's usefulness in terms of just farming to just have gone up a lot. Like I found him very good for farming over this last like year and a half or so, like big time. And then, you know, obviously when you're farming, sometimes it's just a Lancer stage, right? Just a generic Lancer stage. And because Arthur has self-battery, pretty easy to make a setup with him that can 3-turn. Like, it's easy. It's fucking easy. People act like you can't 3-turn unless you're doing Castor or Toria or Scatty. Even though people have been 3-turning since way before those even existed. Like, he still has no problem 3-turning. Like the typical Buster kind of setups that people used to always use. Still works. Like, it still fucking works! Right? And then if it's Lancer stage, he does well. Sure, not the best in the game, but he does well. He's good for helping out there. If it's single target oriented, a lot of times his crits are good enough because farming stages are easier. If there's a giant enemy, then he's super useful, even if they're not a Lancer. So just very applicable. Not the best farming unit in the game, but I've honestly found him pretty nice for farming. For challenge quests, not as good unless the enemy is giant. If you fight like a giant Berserker or a giant Lancer, then Arthur is really good, but that's pretty fucking rare. He's still okay though for challenge quests because he does give you 30 fucking crit stars. That's a lot, right? And he has the battery and the damage up. And then someone earlier said, I think Arthur's buffs recently weren't very good, and that's nonsense. Arthur's buffs recently are actually very, very good. It's just his default toolkit to start with wasn't exactly that amazing. But he literally got his Buster up to last 3 fucking turns, and his Buster up is 50%. Like, they literally increased the usefulness of his first skill by over 200%. Like, what is wrong with you? He went from a 1-turn 50% Buster up to a 3-turn 50% Buster up and a 3-turn 20% NP gain up. How is that not a big buff, right? Like, yeah, we just multiply this skill by over 200%. Oh, no, it's not a good buff. And then he gave himself crit up and fucking 30 stars. That's obviously very significant. I don't think he really needs a better battery because if you were wanting to do like Buster stuff, you're normally going to use things like K-Scope or Merlin and that, and it's not too hard to get his NP. Like you can do Sakura CE, summon a friend's Merlin, right? And then you just charge, right? It's not hard. Now sure, it'd be nice if it had a better battery, but that's kind of Mordred's thing and Artoria's thing. So I'd rather they focus on something else. What I would like them to do with Arthur is I want this really bad because it would be fun and different compared to Mordred and Artoria. Although less so with Artoria now, but I'll get into that in a second. And it would be lore fitting. I want Arthur to be a lot like Gilgamesh. You know, Gilgamesh is an AoE archer that has near single target archer damage, but also hits their enemies, right? If they're servants, obviously if they're servants. He doesn't, but servants are so common, right? Using servants are basically the boss of like every farming stage ever, and they're 90% of challenge quests, if not more than 90% of challenge quests, are against servants. And when they do AoE challenge quests, I'm not even sure if they're pretty much always servants. I'm not sure I can think of any AoE challenge quests that haven't been against servants. So that's like a super easy niche for him. So I wish Arthur was like a Saber version of that, where he had an AoE NP, and it basically hit like a single target. And he's actually close to being able to do that. People act like he's really far off being able to do that. He's not at all, right? Because he's got that NP up that activates before damage. He's got that now long-lasting Buster up that lasts multiple turns and is 50% Buster up. And he has a very high attack stat. Arthur has a very high attack stat. So if they like buffed, but he doesn't have a buffed NP. That's what's crazy. Arthur actually does a lot of NP damage for what he's working with. For having a Buster non-upgraded AoE NP, he actually has pretty impressive damage. Like I've seen people in my videos and stuff say his NP damage is bad, but it's like AoE Buster never has the best NP damage anyway, and then his isn't upgraded. So actually his damage is excellent for what he has. If he just gets an upgraded NP, he'll actually do really good damage with his NP. But what I'd like to see them do is buff his NP, which is like the generic damage up, which generally for a Buster NP like is about 20%, I think, NP up roughly. You do about 20% more damage with it. To do that and then make his NP up a bit bigger. And then I think that just fits, right? That's his whole shtick with his NP being super strong. Weirdly enough, in FGO though, lore-wise, Arthur actually works different than he normally does. He doesn't have the whole variable NP rank. Basically, they really bullshitted this. It does not make sense. There's literally no lore justification for this. But just because, you know, he's like a guest in this universe, right? Because he's from the prototype world, right? And I guess his summoning conditions are just strange. He's basically been granted that he has 6 seals off all the time, no matter what. But he can't get more than that. Right, so normally, you know, his seals are all over the place depending on what's going on, and he can potentially get up to, you know, all 13 of them being off and having just God mode damage. Where in FGO, basically the initial scenario, he was deemed he's allowed to have 6 seals off just permanently. So he can be in a weird scenario where normally he'd only have like 5 or 3 seals off. Well, he'll still have 6 now. But he could also be in a scenario where he should have 12 or 10 seals off and he'll still just have the 6. Now, it's honestly gameplay drivel. They're trying to make some lore explanation for why he's always EX rank. Because he needs 6 seals to hit EX rank, but it's like the minimum of EX rank. It gets stronger beyond 6. So Arthur just has an EX ranked NP 24/7 in FGO. But that's not how Arthur is in like any other... If he was summoned in a regular Grail War, or in like Fate Prototype, or any of that nonsense, his NP won't work that way. That's FGO timeline specific. However, talk about side tangent here, but I think if they ever have Arthur run into B666 in FGO finally, something will probably happen and he'll be allowed to unlock his seals like normal, and he'll get all 13 off, and or 10, or get really close, because maybe they might want to save the 13 seal NP for if they ever finish Fate Prototype, right? Because he never gets a 13 seal NP off in Blue Fragments, but it's said that he does get it at the very end of regular Prototype, so they maybe need to save it for that, and who knows though. But I do suspect they'll do something to go beyond 6 if he ever fights 666 over here. I wouldn't. They don't need to make Arthur's NP stronger than Gilles. That doesn't need to happen. But having it be one of the higher end AOE NPs, especially because it can't. He's not really a loopy servant, right? Which, first off, what it's about to come out of my mouth, I hate that it's coming out of my mouth, and this is stupid, and the game should never be balanced around this. But this is where we're at, and this is definitely how the player base sees it, and this is kind of how DW sees it now, I think. Everyone just assumes, LOL loopy stuff. Everyone's using Scatty. Don't you all have Scatty and Castor Artorias? Right? So everyone's talking about everything in that context, right? So if you can't loop through the whole NPs refunding themselves thing, right? They're like, oh, you gotta have, then you gotta do something really exceptional. So I think what DW is probably gonna start doing is they're gonna start making Buster either be able to loop through raw battery skills, or they're gonna make Buster just hit way harder. Right, and I can kind of see the logic to that to some extent, where if Art and Quick are able to refund their own NPs easily, then Buster, who can't, will hit way harder per NP. The problem is, and this is where power creep's an issue, and then you'd have to, if you started, making the enemies harder, you have to start making the budget units better to compensate for that. So the problem is, double Scatty also makes you hit like a truck. It's not like you're just NP refunding, you're also hitting like a goddamn truck. You're doing massive damage, right? Same thing for double Castor Artoria, or even one Castor Artoria and a waiver, or whatever, you're doing. Not only are you doing the NP refund nonsense and the battery stuff, but you're also getting this huge damage up. So sure, maybe Buster's doing a bit more damage than you, but is it enough damage to make up for the fact that you're also then looping again and again and again? Probably not. And if you just steroid Busters, so they're doing just way more damage all of a sudden, right? And they're because they can't just beat Quick and Art. They have to beat Quick and Art that have Scatty buffs or Castor Artoria buffs, right? That's not an easy thing to do. But let's say they did buff Buster to start just doing significantly more damage than the other two card types, but then they're not necessarily looping. Then the game is going to become a lot easier a lot of the time. Although you have break bars that could counteract that, but it depends on how they're done. Anyway, but you may potentially then make the game harder to compensate. But then your budget stuff that's not doing double Castoria or Scatty anyway, and they're not going to have Merlin and whatever new Buster stuff you add. They're not going to have that stuff either. They're just back here with Hans and Shakespeare and Qingong and all that stuff like normal. And now the game's harder, but they're not any stronger, and now you fucked, right? So it's a real balance problem. This is why power creep is bad for games, and companies have to be very careful about how they handle these kinds of things. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sure, Buster has the best crits, right? But again, Castor Artoria and Scatty also boost up your... Has anyone here ever seen Edmund crit with a quick card? It does a lot when he's with double Scatty. It does a lot of damage. It does a lot of fucking damage, right? And then insert literally any Art DPS here. When they get an Art crit with Castor Artoria, Like, sure, it's not doing as much damage as like if the Pinnacle Buster crit, but it normally doesn't need to. You're not fighting bosses with 10 million health, right? So it generally doesn't need to do that much damage. It just needs to do enough damage, which they do enough damage and then some. So now this might sound like I'm saying Buster is dead. I'm not saying that at all. It's just that, you know, Quick and Art are broken. That's the thing. Buster is fine. There is no issue getting through the game, be it farming, challenge quests, main story. Buster has no problem. If you focus a lot on Buster characters and you focus on Buster supports and you level Qingong, Shakespeare, maybe you rolled on Merlin, or at least you summon a friend's Merlin from the support list, right? And you level up all like Buster servants and you just Buster for days, you're not going to struggle getting through this game. Sure, oh man, every once in a while you might have to 4-turn or 5-turn a farming node instead of 3-turning it. Oh no! Oh no! It's all over! Someone get Knuckles! It's all over! Are you kidding me, right? Like, you can handle everything with Buster, and you'll still be able to 3-turn most things, right? Like, it's not a problem. If, like, you're not gonna do it day one. Like, of course you're not gonna day one, but that goes for all card types. If you're focusing on Quick or Art, and you're focused on summoning a friend Scatty, or a friend's Tam, or Caster Artoria, you're not gonna day one 3-turn everything anyway. Like you gotta level up a bunch of stuff, right? So yeah, Buster is fine. Like, literally, Buster is fine. Buster has gotten to the point where it's kind of like how Quick used to be. Quick used to not have a dedicated support, but it had some of the most self-reliant servants ever. You know, Ryder Kentoki, you know, Budgie, you got Ku and Uchi and that kind of stuff. You've got a lot of Quick units that were very good on their own and excelled without a support. They could work without a support. And Buster's kind of becoming that now in a lot of ways, you know, because they've got GUDAGUDA. You know, they've got buffed Herc. They have buffed Herc. Buster has buffed Herc. Like, how is Buster dead, right? When you have that thing over there, right? Like, and then you just see, like, that emote right there just waving at you right from the corner. It's like, you got that guy, right? I think you're okay, right? And then, you know, GUDAGUDA, I mean, come on, right? Like, Buster is not, yeah, and Orion, because Orion has so much going for him because he has debuff immunity and pierce invulnerability, right? He's obviously got that straightforward value with huge damage that can, you know, just break any health bar. But then also, if the boss is like, oh man, I throw all these nasty debuffs at you, Orion doesn't care. It doesn't give a shit. And if the boss is like, oh man, I get invulnerability, he still doesn't care, right? That shuts down a lot of gimmicks, right? So, I mean, Buster is totally fine. And dare I say it, Buster is actually more fun, I think, than the other card types right now for the most part. Right? You know, Buster's always had the Ooga Booga reputation, but it's honestly never really been that. With a few exceptions, you don't normally see red press red on Buster teams. That normally doesn't work. Because then you're just doing like medium normal card damage and you don't break the health bar when you need to, and you have no NP gain, and then you're on a fresh health bar with like 20, you know, NP gain, and you're fucked. Right? You generally have to find a balance between, okay, I need to focus on getting some normal card damage because it's going to add up, and maybe getting this Buster crit, but I also need to try to, you know, work in some NP gain, right? And I think Buster's always been that way. I've never found Buster to be boring, right? Because a lot of Buster teams for budget in the olden days, back in my day, we had to use, you know, taunt walls. You had to use taunt walls to protect your Buster units and stuff, like your Lu Bus and your, you know, that kind of shit. And now you got Qingong. He can taunt himself to buff cycle, or he can taunt someone else, or fuck, Qingong can taunt the Buster unit. He can taunt like Jerker or Lu Bu and Mori, and you can put like the Mysticode evade on Mori, and then Mori gets the enemy has a high hit count, so Mori gets a billion NP charge off being attacked and stuff. Like, Buster's got really interesting stuff, right, for both budget and non-budget. You know, they've got a lot of interesting stuff, and I really enjoy a lot of like the battery type skills you got out there, like with Pinth and stuff like that, and Mordred and all that. So like I've always found Buster teams to be pretty fun. You know, for me though, I don't even give a shit, because I don't normally use a color team, right? I'm not in a color game, guys. Like, if you look at most of my videos when I do like budget setups, sometimes, sure, sometimes it focuses a lot on, like, you know, using a Buster servant and Qingong and you know, shit like that. But a lot of the times, budget teams are all kinds of just bullshit color everywhere. Like, you know, the initial team might be art, like with Robin Hood, but then Billy comes in, and then it's just nonsense, right? And then maybe Ku's there, who's also quick, but you're not using him because he's quick. You're using him because he's Ku, right? And there's nothing on the team to like bust or buff quick, right? Like free to play is like it's rainbow shit. It's very common for free to play stuff to be rainbow. You know, on an occasion, you will be like, okay, let's, you know, especially because of Qin Gong. I will say Qin Gong has definitely swung a bit for budget teams to kind of be incentivized to do Buster maybe a little bit more than they used to. But yeah, it don't fucking matter too much, like with the different colors. So. Now, as someone was saying about, you know, color and green there, obviously, I favor quick in terms of, you know, if I could pick one of the card types to be the funnest, or to be the best, or to be the most prevalent, or the most budget friendly, I would pick quick. Obviously. You see that NP card back there? You see that shade of green? That's awesome. That's way better than the other two. Fuck them, right? Quick is obviously the best one, but quick, all those budget quick supports, Chad, am I right? Because that's the thing, you can do an art budget team, and sometimes you do. Sometimes you unironically make an art budget team. You're like, yeah, we need to set up Robin, and we're gonna have Mozart, or maybe we use Antonio, and we're gonna AoE loop, and we're gonna use Hohenheim, right? These are viable teams that you do, and you have art support, right? And then you're like, yeah, I'm gonna do a quick budget support. And there you go. There's your options. You don't have any. You know, so yeah, there's really quick really sucks for budget, right? It's not really a thing. The best quick has is a bunch of DPS servants that are godly that don't really need a support as good as Mozart or as good as Hohenheim, right? Ku and Ushi are so good that they don't actually need a dedicated budget support. They don't need a Qin Gong of quick. Now that I think about it, do you think that's why we don't have a quick budget support? Like if we had, because look how good Qin Gong is. You know, he's in budget teams all the time, and he's not doing his NP buff cycle thing. That's what he's famous for. Qin Gong's all famous for the LOL, I kill my own unit thing. But when you look at Qin Gong on budget teams, he's not doing that. He is there for the defense up, the charge, the taunt, the crit down. You know, that's what he's there for, right? And the big juicy buster up. That's why he's there. And it's really good, and he gets used really often because of that. And he's very impactful. But then also you see Ushi, Billy, Ku, you know, those are very commonly used budget units. So if they had a support as good as Qin Gong, if we cross the streams, if you will, right, you take that utility value support backbone from Qin Gong and you combine it with the best budget, you know, DPS units there are, that might be, you know, maybe they're afraid of it, right? Maybe they fear it, and maybe rightfully so, I'm not really sure. I would say the answer, though, is you should still add a quick support. Maybe just don't make the quick support as good as Qin Gong, right? That's the trick there. Okay, we're almost done. We just gotta get 200 of these, I don't know, salt things? I don't know what that is. Asterios is the free-to-play quick support. Yeah, well, if the enemy has a high hit count, you could make it work. Slap his Bond CE on there. Okay, this stage drops it, although it might not drop a lot of it. I have no idea. Now I have to go through a million things. Okay, this drops it too. I should have been farming this stage. Even if it drops the silver more than the gold, you know, I could have done this one until I got it to 200, and then go farm the one I just did, right? Like, I get the 200 silver, and then I'd have, you know, whatever. Yeah, but okay. Well, I'll do this stage, and we'll see. We'll see if it drops more silver than gold. It might not. We'll just have to find out. I would not mind if Geronimo became a quick support. You know, you make his quick up last 3 turns and targetable or AoE, and then you add like a solid effect to it. Like maybe give it a star bomb effect. Then you add something to his 3rd skill, like team-wide battery or whatever. Right? You could do it, right? You could absolutely make Geronimo both better personally, right? As a selfish unit, he could be better, and then he could also be. It would work for support as well. It's totally doable. What do I have for this? So we need either AoE Berserker or we need Assassin. I feel like I don't have an AoE Assassin on this account really ready to... We have Fuma, but he's not, he's level 64, 444, and I haven't done any of his buffs. So I should probably work on that at some point. That's shameful display. That's an old meme. That is an old fucking meme right there. Well, we'll probably not going to be quite as good on this stage as the other one. Old but gold, true. That's another good one, Bart. Bart could become a quick support because he's already. Excuse me. I just swallowed water down the wrong tube. Hold on a second. I gotta turn my mic off because I'm about to cough like a motherfucker. Anyway, so yeah, Bart is already kind of close to being a quick support, and because he is a 1-star, it is very difficult for a 1-star to be a good DPS. So I think buffing Black Bart to make him a better DPS is futile. It's a pointless endeavor. It's not going to go anywhere. So I would rather they buff him to be a better support, and that's suitable for 1-stars. 1-stars can be very good supports. It's very difficult for them to be good DPS. I mean, look at Kojiro. Look at how Kojiro's toolkit is disgusting, but he's still not actually that great. Like, he's not awful, but if Kojiro is level 60. He's still kind of just okay, because yeah, his skills are godly and his NP is godly, but his stats are trash. Level 60 1-stars are not very, their stats are garbage, right? Like 100 Face is still better than him. Like easy, 100 at level 70 100 Face versus level 60 Kojiro, 100 Face is way better. Like even with all these crazy buffs he's got. But if Kojiro was a 3-star or a 4-star or God help us a 5-star, then he'd be insanity, right? Kojiro's toolkit is bullshit, right? It is unbelievably powerful, and its cooldowns are so short, right? They're so short. So Kojiro's nutty. So that's what I'm getting at, though, is look at how much they had to buff High Ludes. Hi, Saber Nero. Saber Nero, please explain why your melt on NA is 1,200 foe items, by the way. Anyway, yeah, so they had to buff Kojiro that much to make him kind of viable, right? To make him kind of viable. Black Bart is not even close to that. And he is also a 1-star. So you're never making him, you'd have to buff him like 4 times for Black Bart to be, you know, a viable DPS option, right? So yeah, I would rather they buff Black Bart to be a support. I think that's better. I took a break from FGO for a while. That's a fair defense. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know because from my observation of you playing FGO, right, you normally favor NA, right? And so I was surprised that your NA melt was not as maxed as it could be, is what I'm getting at here. But not that there's anything wrong with taking a break. A lot of times taking a break is actually a good idea, because tell me if I'm wrong, but from what I've seen of Saber Nero, you really enjoy doing like the main story, and when there is good boss fights in an event, and you like content, right? Because you're actually a sane human being. You like playing a video game. You don't care so much about the I gotta farm these mats, boys. I gotta 10 every servant. Oh, I gotta get every lore, right? Like I've never you seem to be more of like liking to play an actual video game, right? And so yeah, if you're FGO only supplies you with an actual video game, you know, once every few months. So, you know, what are you gonna do here? If they could give Matahari's skill 1 a shot in the arm, she could be amazing quick support. I mean, she's already a solid general support. Matahari is already a solid general support, but only for pure damage. Only for pure damage, and mostly burst damage. And then she has a bit of utility with the skill seal, which is honestly very good in certain circumstances, Quadia, and things like that. And then as a bonus, you have the charm and that kind of thing. So yeah, you could buff her and turn her into a quick support, and that'd be kind of nice, because if you buffed her first skill or even her second skill, it doesn't really matter what you put it on. But if you give her like a team-wide quick up or a targeted quick up, or you know, makes a bunch of stars or something, whatever, that stuff that would help quick more, she would still be good for art and buster teams for budget, because she's still a low cost. She still gives them 40 to 60% damage up. She still gives them the skill seal and that kind of thing. And then she'd be a bonus for quick teams. The only thing is, when I think about it, I can't believe I'm saying this, but she actually might be too good if they really, like, roided up her ability to help quick units. And if you don't do that, she probably wouldn't be good enough to really use for a quick team specifically. And the reason for that is because she does give the team 40 to 60% damage up already. And if you add in like a big juicy quick up, that's insane, right? We're talking like Boudica Roman stuff, but without the setup. You know, Boudica gives you, if you set her up with like K-Scope, or you get her NP with Waver or whatever, you know, she can give the team like 110% damage up. Like, are you kidding me? Like, she can give the team 110% damage up. Also crit up, and also anti-Roman damage up, so it's actually more... actually, no, that's with Romulus, so the Roman damage is calculated there. But, you know, that's crazy, right? But at least Boudica needs the extra setup. But you can tell that's not something they really want to do very often, and that actually might have been an oversight. Like, literally, she gives more damage up than Castor or Toria, Waver, Merlin. Like, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. For an individual unit to have the ability to give you 110% damage up, that's not something they aim to do, right? So if you give Matahari some crazy pants quick up, she's going to be like the same boat but without the setup. She's not going to need the enemy to happen to be Roman or to have to use Romulus on the team, right? She can just do it anywhere, and that's nuts. Like, imagine if they gave her even just a 30% quick up. Like, that's we're really getting crazy here. And if you give her a 50% one or a 40% one, that's a lot of fucking damage for a budget unit. Now, I'm okay with that. Ultimately, I'm okay with that because the reason I'm okay with that is because Qin Gong's utility is so good, right? That even though he only gives you the 50% buster up, he's also giving you battery, defense up, damage cut, taunt, crit down, potential for buff cycling with his NP, right? That is so much stuff that it's okay that if his raw damage is way behind, right? Maybe, I will say though, if you did that to Matahari, you would need to buff Mozart a little bit. Because Mozart does have the stars, which is awesome, but that I don't know if that would be quite enough. As good as the stars on Mozart is, Mozart might need a little bit of a push to keep up at that point. Because, you know, Qin Gong is already a pretty steep competition for Mozart these days. And then Shakespeare would definitely need a buff, but he already needs one. But yeah, it's easy to make Matahari a god tier 1-star. Even though she's kind of, you know, iffy right now, it's so easy to make her like disgustingly strong. Like, it takes like no effort to do that because again, she has 40 to 60% damage up for the whole team, and a lot of that 40% of that damage lasts 3 turns, and then you also have the skill seal and so on and so forth. So yeah, if you gave her something else, it'd be kind of wild. I mean, if you like her, you should 666 her, sure. I mean, hell, go for 10 to 10 if you like her. But she's a good unit. You know, she's not the best Lancer in the game, but she's totally solid. She'll kill archers good. You know, boss killer for the most part. Yeah, I remember that Fury. The story support Medusa lowers her cooldowns every turn so she can like stun spam. Yeah, it'd be pretty broken if you got that on regular Medusa. Berghest can do it though, but only every once in a while. Also, she can't be 10 to 10 right now, but maybe someday. What do y'all think about Mozart getting a art card crit up on maybe his 3rd skill or something? So the team does more crit damage, but only if they use an art card. Then he obviously gives you the stars, so you're guaranteed to crit. I'm actually okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that. You could even go just crit up. So if you want to use Mozart and it's not even an art team, and you're going to ignore his art up, and you're going to just support Mori or something. That might be too good, though, because Mozart is already really good for setups with, like, Mori. I don't know if that kind of thing needs more, right? I would fear putting Mozart more in the general support category, because he's already kind of good at that, so that might be too much. So I feel art crit up would be better. But I feel like that would be a fair way to buff him. Greed just wants Saberlot to be stronger. I mean, there is also that. I'm not gonna complain about that. I don't know why I just did the insta death of the horse, but you know what? I don't like using Waver, but this is just farming, and he happens to be on the team, so we'll snag that real quick. Yeah, you could put it on his S2, but I'd rather they do something else for his S2 in the long run, really. Although, honestly, his S2 is not useless. It isn't. It's not super useful. Oh my god, I didn't kill him. Well, shit. Anyway, there are times where you maybe using Mash, and you've got Mash's first skill and her NP up, and the boss is going to AoE NP, and then you also do Mozart's NP down. You can make that works. I mean, that shit works. Like, absolutely. Basically, if you're trying to survive NPs without using evade or invulnerability, his NP down is large enough that when combined with other survival stuff like attack down, other NP downs, defense ups, damage cuts, it can add up to the whole team surviving. Especially against AoE NPs, because AoE NPs don't hit as hard. You know, it's a bit harder against a single target one, but it can be useful like that. Now, that's niche. That's absolutely fucking niche. That is not the best skill by any means, but his other two skills are so strong, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it really just isn't. His other two skills are just so good. I think that what also a lot of people want to see for Mozart is a better NP, just because you rarely NP on Mozart. You're probably not going to give him a starting NP CE, because he works really well with other kinds of CEs, like on arrival CEs and stuff like that. But it'd be nice if it was an option, because now, like, right now, his NP is so bad, you wouldn't use it, you know, you wouldn't care too much to get it, even if you didn't need to have, like, an on-arrival CE, or on death CE, or a taunt CE, or any of that stuff, right? Because his NP is so it's only there for the overcharge, but any NP can be used to overcharge your teammates' NP, but it's also, I guess, the defense down, but that's it. And then it's 80%, and it's like, why is that 80%? So it'd be cool if his NP could get something to be more, like, you feel better. Hey, I happened to get Mozart's NP, because maybe while he was on the field, I've been doing art chains with him to get Robin NP or whoever, and he happened to get his NP along the way. And hey, now I get a nice effect out of it, right? So if anything, I kind of expect them to buff his NP, because it's not very good, and it's 80%. Like, if it was 100%, it would still be kind of eh. So I bet you they'll buff that at some point. That'd be a nice thing to do for the anniversary, is fucking buff Mozart and give him an animation update. Let's fucking go. Increase the curse damage by 250. Yeah, that's the buff we need. Go work with Salami. Okay, so we need 90 more of these. You know, Fuma, even though he's so unprepared on this account, might actually be better than Shiki, but whatever. Eric is pretty good for a budget unit. He's just outclassed by Darius and Spartacus, but he offers decent value. So a buff, I would say, is in order, but Eric does not need a buff as much as, like, Phantom, Jekyll and Hyde, you know, the Sanson, you know, the usual suspects. He's not in that boat at all. He is a good unit. He's just outclassed. There's a world of a difference between a unit that's good but being outclassed versus just being a piece of shit, right? It's super different. That being said, though, I really like Eric Bloodaxe, and I would not complain at a Bloodaxe buff at all. Also, animation update, please. Unfortunately, there's only 12 Eric Bloodaxe fans, and as such, DW is not very incentivized to give him an animation update or a buff. However, I wonder, so they do this every once in a while. They'll take a character that doesn't get much screen time or much love, and then they'll suddenly give them screen time and, like, kind of give them the Ricky Boy treatment. Now, Ricky Boy was obviously new, but they really characterized Ricky Boy and gave you the opportunity to get to know his character and really like the character, Jason, that kind of thing. So they could easily just put Bloodaxe in, like, an event, and he plays a really major role, and people, get to see a lot more of him than they had seen up to this point. They might characterize him more than they even originally planned on, right? They do that sometimes, right? So, who knows? Maybe someday they really turn the communities around on Bloodaxe, and they give him a cool animation update, and they decide to give him a lot more characterization than they have, and, maybe he becomes somewhat like Bronze, and you got all those meme posts like, oh, wow, Bloodaxe is kind of a thing now, right? That happens, right? It should happen, so we'll see. Okay, we're on wave 2. I wasn't paying attention. Eric's challenge quest is really fun. It's hard enough to be interesting, but it's not. But it's easy enough that you can be a bit flexible. And I think it's a little too easy. I think I wish they made it just a little bit harder. But it is fun. I do like. I do really like Blood Axe's challenge quest, and it was so thematic. Like it was so thematic to how he works on lore and stuff. They do that a lot with the Gilfest and Nerofest fights, as they try to make them basically represent how they work in lore. Because sometimes their gameplay really doesn't. Basically in lore, Blood Axe, there's a lot more to Blood Axe than just this, but a really noticeable thing about Blood Axe is he basically has support from his wife, which you can't see. She's like, you know, ethereal. But she's able to buff him and nerf things around, like, you know, hex the enemies and shit like that. So while you're fighting Blood Axe, you have to deal with his wife being a pain in your butt and, you know, buffing him and nerfing you. And so that's what happens in that fight, right? There's a lot of that happening. And to kind of characterize his wife, because this is not like new to Gilfest. This has always been part of her character. Is she's super jealous of any other women around Blood Axe and is like, you know, very spiteful about that kind of thing. So I can't remember what happens if you try to charm Blood Axe. Something's really like fucked up happens, and it's because of her. But I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was like a buff or a nerf or like he got full NP or I don't know what it was. Something happened if you use charm, but yeah, that's how they were like representing that, so that was kind of funny. But honestly, Blood Axe is pretty powerful because he's got good stats. His NP is pretty scary, although he's really reckless with it and he can die while doing it. But he's got a pretty powerful NP. He's got really good stats, and because of that support magic from his wife, honestly, he could fuck up a lot of people. Like it'd be a lot of servants would really struggle. I would actually say over 50% of the cast would not be able to beat Blood Axe 1v1 because. If they could, if it wasn't for his wife, but because of his wife, that's such a nasty thing to have to deal with that yeah, I would easily say, you know, sure, Blood Axe isn't like Edmond Dantes or Gilgamesh or anything, but I would definitely say Blood Axe is above average, right? He would probably beat more servants than he would lose to in a 1v1. If you try to charm Blood Axe in game, you die in real life. Yeah, clearly. They really do need to do more with Blood Axe. I think he's pretty cool. Like, you know, obviously in the main story he didn't get to do too much, but what we've learned about him through those snippets you get through, like, you know, his Bond CE, the few times he's in events. When he's in Solomon, because he is in Solomon and he actually talks during Solomon, and then, you know, his My Room lines and all these things. The little we have learned of him, I actually think he's pretty interesting, and I also like the stuff he's based on in real life. So yeah, if they could do more with Blood Axe, I'd be happy, right? And the whole dynamic with his wife is quite unique. So yeah, I'd be down for more Blood Axe action in FGO. The thing is, most people just don't know any of that. All that stuff I just talked about, most people don't know about any of that shit. I tell you, Shiki does not have a hard time getting her NP again with Waver. That's every unit ever, though, I suppose. All these insta-deaths. That'd be kind of funny if they made his wife a servant. It'd probably sell. Alright, 50 more. I wish they had actually done a North Singularity. Unfortunately, we got a North Singularity that actually wasn't. All the North stuff died off screen for some reason. Man, I should have done this farming. I didn't play NA at all since I last streamed this, other than the Fujino video, and I wish I had done this farming off stream, because we could just be focusing on the fun shit right now. Stella, though. We're almost done, though. We're super close. I'm getting a lot of taxes right now. I'm getting so many taxes that we probably won't have to worry about that for quite a while. There are some things I like about Lost Belt 2. Some of the, Surtur was a decently fun boss fight. Scatty and Valkyrie, I like that boss fight quite a bit, actually. The Sigurd boss fight's fine. There's some good boss fights in there. And there's a few character moments and stuff here and there that is alright. But it is definitely on the lower end of the Lost Belts for me. It might even be my least favorite, to be honest. And there was just so much wasted potential. I mean, the amount of wasted potential in that Singularity is just infuriating. I like some of the characters involved in it, and it's not like it's all bad, absolutely not, but it's certainly not all good. And its competition is kind of steep, right? Lost Belt 1 is super awesome. Lost Belt 5 is really awesome, especially 5-2. Tough stuff, right? Tough stuff. I'm not huge on Lost Belt 3, though. There's a few moments that I really do like in Lost Belt 3, but Lost Belt 3's ending was so rushed, and it felt so unclean, right? It was like, oh, we're running out of chapters, just wrap it up, and I felt like a lot of conversations and points need to be, and characterization stuff needed to be explored more, and it just wasn't. It was just like, boom, 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 we're done. So yeah, I think that was kind of shit. Don't worry, guys. We have the fence down. I guess we can put use of the Buster up here. Shiki's a good main character, by the way. Rare that I really like main characters, but Shiki is good. Yeah, I think 5-2 is probably my favorite Lost Belt. But then 5-1 is really good. It's easily 5-2 and Lost Belt 1 are the best two for me. They beat all the other ones by a very large amount. I'm trying to think how I would rate them after that. Honestly, they drop off really hard after that. Oh no, 4. Yeah, 4, of course. What am I saying? If 4, it would be next. But then after 4, then they drop off quite a bit. 3 and 2, I'm just like, eh. And then 6, we don't know enough about yet. So far, I haven't really liked it. I've liked bits of it. Some of the characters are interesting and such, but I don't really. I think it's again a lot of wasted potential, and it's just a lot of stupid stuff that just doesn't feel like it fits, right? There's almost memes happening with how Muramasa ends up on your side and stuff. It just feels so forced and fake and stupid, right? All of that is there's a lot in 6 I'm not crazy about. That is a lot of gifted subs, sir. What the hell? I have no idea how to say your name. Malganus Almalor? That's not right. There's no E in there. Almalor? Malganus Almalor? Is that even remotely close? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I cannot say that to save my life. And look at all these lurkers though getting subs. Feels good, man. Anyway, one of these days I'll get a name right. I'm guessing I need to do this stage one more time. Yep, I'm at 195. So I need 5 more. It's a bit of an oof there. Yeah, sure, you are right. This time there are capital letters, which is a boon, and even an underscore. But then there's all those aren't words. That's witchcraft. That's casting a spell to summon, Cthulhu. You can actually replace Shiki with almost anything. If you want to see what I'm talking about, Sky, look at that Shiki video I made, and then look up the same boss and put in Medusa, because I made another video with almost the exact same team using Medusa Lily, who doesn't even have armor ignore, and it works exactly the same. So you want basically any DPS that has either stun, charm, something like that. That's not as good as armor ignore, but it'll still help. or you want someone with armor ignore, or you want someone that has insanely high damage. So it's, but that's easy to have one of those three things. So you want someone that just has an absurd amount of damage, because there's units out there that are just bullshit and do way more damage than they should, or they have a niche, right? Because I think he's demonic and this, that, and the other. So you want someone that has a niche or just has insanely high damage, or someone that has stun, charm, something like that, or they have armor ignore. Literally any of those three things will be able to replace Shiki on that setup, like no problem. Also, you could just summon Shiki if you wanted to, and if you can also replace some of the supports with like Merlin or Waver. Like you can augment that team to be much better. That's why I made it. That team, it's easy to improve on that team, right? Because that team's not using Waver, it's not using Merlin or Scatty, and you could easily replace one of the units on that team with those. If you have your own DPS and you can use the support system to summon a support, wow, support for a support. Anyway, then you can be way ahead of that team. But if you don't have a DPS, you can use those budget supports and then summon a friend's DPS. That's literally why I make teams like that, though, is because they're flexible and can be improved upon almost no matter what your circumstances are. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, Angra, that's the one. That's how you make that team better. Uriel, I don't like Uriel, but Uriel is a very good DPS there. If you don't have a good strong DPS yourself and you don't want to use the support on summoning a DPS, you could use Uriel, because every time she charms, the boss won't be able to cast defense up. And he'll still have some defense ups, right? So you're still going to have your damage lowered, but that's a really good side grade to having armor ignore. And the boss will do less damage to you as a bonus. So that works really well. Like, charm or stun is a very good stand-in for armor ignore in that fight. And if you have enough damage and you don't need armor ignore, it's actually better, because if they're charmed or stunned, they can't attack you and kill anybody. Unless you're wanting them to kill somebody, but that's a whole different thing. So, I don't even want to get into... it's so hard to explain Lost Belt 6, because it's not really... It even say this in the story. It's basically not a Lost Belt. It's basically a different world. It's not a timeline that's just, like, different. It's just not, right? Like, the world fundamentally works differently in Lost Belt 6. And it's kind of stupid because of that. I want to see Camelot stuff, and I want to see, actual Fate stuff, not side universe stuff. Basically, things just pop into existence in Lost Belt 6 based on... It's dumb. I don't even want to get into it. Yeah, it's dumb. That's all you need to know. It's dumb. The whole mythos and how Lost Belt 6 works and how it operates is stupid, and it's very contrived, and it feels very like, they're contriving the rules of the universe to fit the exact, story they want to unfold, right? It's not great in my eyes, but it can be saved by just good characterization, good moments, good, there's ways to make it good. So far, it's been kind of whatever. I do like the Calamity of Norwich. That's a pretty interesting and niche, thing to base a servant or a monster on. I think that's pretty interesting. But that doesn't, save the whole story. But we only have 9 chapters, so it's probably, 20, 25 chapters. So the end result we'll have to see. I'm gonna be right back. I need to get water, use the restroom, and I'm gonna have to deal with some sinus bullshit, so give me a moment here. I do apologize jumping ship, and we're about to do the fun stuff again, but I gotta make sure I stay in good shape here, so give me a moment. I'm back. Sorry about that. So, anyone in chat remember? Does Bargist take 40 or 60 of the new mat for her skill upgrade? The new bronze. Fucking 60 per skill. That fucking 60. So yeah, what I'm getting at is I know a lot of people are like, you know, hyped to say thank you for the year resub. I mean, I know what your full name is, right? The whole stand thing. I got it. I got it. Anyway, thank you for the year resub. A lot of people though are, you know, waiting to get Bargis to 10-10-10. They're sitting there at 8-8-8. And, you know, she's got good gameplay and everything, and they're all, you know, excited. But you have to go from 0 to 180 bronze mats. I don't have 180 hero proofs right now. I've been farming hero proofs since before you were born. And I don't have 180 of them just sitting around. And now I have to fucking go from 0... You know, I don't have 20, 10, or not. You have a few from the story. You do have a few from this, like 16 from the story or something. But yeah, we go from almost nothing to 100 and like what is it? Like that's insane. Like who the fuck wants to do that? Excuse me, I had to blow my nose there. Hi, Ari. How are you doing? God, I would have been really happy if Bargis had like the worst gameplay on the planet, to be honest. Because, you know, her stage 1 is fine, but her stage 2 and 3 suck. And I don't want to farm those mats. I don't want to farm those fucking mats. I don't want to do that. You want to do that? I don't want to do that. Like, and it's stupid. But nope, they got to give her like the best gameplay ever. So now I have to go through hell. Okay, I think we're about ready to get that damage CE. I'm not gonna lie, if she didn't have her stage 1, I don't think I could handle it. Even with her gameplay being that interesting, it's like especially her stage 3. Like, her stage 3 is so bad. It's Ku-Alter! It's fucking Ku-Alter! Like, did I need a second one of these? I don't think so. I don't mean best gameplay as in she's overpowered. I don't mean that. I mean best gameplay as in it's very fun and interesting to use her toolkit. I might be, exaggerating when I say she has the best ever, but I mean she does have very interesting gameplay, right? It's quite neat. God, you know someone is gonna put her in stage 3 and use Ku-Alter, not in stage 1, also in stage 3. Disgusting. Ku-Alter is the worst of the two, though. I'm telling you, dude, Ku-Alter is like one of my absolute least favorite designs in FGO. I fucking hate it. That's a lot of bits, sir. Jesus Christ. What's disgusting? I was looking away for a moment. Ku-Alter. Ku-Alter stage 3. That's pretty bad, in my opinion, anyway. I always make people mad when I say this, though, because Ku-Alter is really popular. And I don't know why, but it's, okay, there's a lot of things that are popular and liked that I don't necessarily like, but I get why it's popular, right? I can see why like people like the design or whatever. I do not understand why Ku-Alter is popular. He has a giant pimp coat on. Like, what are we doing here? Like how, like... Did I miss the part where like that fashion was like popular? Did that happen at some point and I was asleep? Like I truly do not understand why people like Kualter's design. It is so ridiculous looking. By the way, shout outs to barely farming and getting a CE drop. Feels good, man. And like, he doesn't just have a pimp coat, he has a pimp coat but no shirt on, and then, you know, literally monster high heels, which, you know, that can work, but it really doesn't there. And then he's got like all these stupid fucking, you know, tattoos. He's like trying to be all edgy and shit. It just, oh my god, he's got like the makeup. It's just, nope. His NP looks cool, I'll give him that, his NP looks cool, but and then his spear is just so over the top. And fucking Godzilla tail, because, you know, why not? And then the spines, he's got all these, like, again, not wearing a shirt or any of that, but he's got spikes everywhere and stuff. Yeah, Mev has terrible taste. I'm gonna put it that way. Mev has really bad taste. I don't like his stage 1, but I prefer his stage 1 because it's way less over the top. You don't have spikes everywhere, you don't have the pimp coat, you know, it's way more dialed back, right? It's just the monster tail and the, you know, and I guess still the makeup and stuff, but like, it's way better. I much prefer his stage 1. I wouldn't say I like it, but it's acceptable. Okay. We can go do the thing now. I really never even thought about Mev's aesthetic, because it's Mev, to be honest. Maybe slightly biased on that one. Okay, so it's either Shiki. I mean, okay, let me look. What are we looking at here? So Shiki has armor, ignore. I don't remember this version of the boss though. He's different like every time you fight him. So he may not even, if I NP turn 1, he might not even have an armor up. And at that point, I said it earlier. I knew you'd be disappointed in my Shiki on NA. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm disappointed in my Shiki on NA because she is 10-10-10 on JP, right? But so this is a possibility, because if I stun him, he may not be able to cast the defense up if it's like the challenge quest. Yeah, Kualter's not particularly angry. He's more apathetic. I think it's Shiki or a Scath here. If it wasn't a Berserker, I would say Beowulf, but... And if Billy was super upgraded, I'd go with Billy, because it can double NP so easy. Shiki can double NP way easier, though, than Scath can. What's Kairo's Shiki at? You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Hold on. I like Shiki. Like, she's a pretty awesome character. Or at least get this one up. 72? Why would he do that? Because if he's 72, that means she's final ascended. Why would you not bother to get Shiki to 80? There's no... What the fuck? Has Cairo not watched K&K or something? Or did he hate it or something? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm slaying Bones right now. He has her and likes her. He's just Cairo. Fair enough. I have to give him shit for this. Like, I always get her to at least 80, 444. So, I play NA so little, I'm kind of lacking in lores. Alright, I feel like that's more acceptable. I apologize for eating on stream, but I am hungry, so what are you gonna do? I think his Scatty's like level 71 or it's some weird fucking shit like that. Do I do Mozart? I think I might need some degree of NP gain. Let me guess. Hohenheim he certainly has his buff on NA. I think I've asked that before, and I'm quite sure he does, because that was a long time ago. Oh, that's what it is, but I haven't leveled him on NA. That's the thing. Okay, I got him leveled on every account pretty much except NA. Well, probably Mozart then. Or Hans. I don't hate Hans here. You know, I have no hate for Wojcicki, but I have really no love for her either. She's just way more boring than regular Shiki. I actually forgot to check where the sorter, the FGO sorter, put Shiki and Wojcicki, but I guarantee you regular Shiki is higher than Wojcicki on my sorter list. And if it's not, I have to redo the whole list. I kind of want to redo it anyway though, because I must have just tied something I shouldn't have tied or whatever, but because Pinth and it's Pinth and someone else. I think Pinth and Spartacus are absolutely lower than they should be. Like I look at a lot of the stuff a bit ahead of them, and I'm like, no, I like Pinth and Spartacus more than those things. So they're off. So a few other things are probably off too. Hey Poi Poi, what's up? Thank you for the bits. Feels good beating the last event boss 15 minutes before the event ends. Are you playing a different game or something? Jiggy was 47. That's quite respectable. Because I know how I do things, and like my top 100 is all very positive. I mean, especially the top 80. The top 80 is very positive. So like 47 is very positive in my book. Like the top 30 is a bloodbath. Like the person in 30th place is not like a mile behind the person in 10th place. Like they're all pretty high on there, so. Okay, so we're gonna use the switch mystic code because stun is really good here. And we're gonna want Mozart. I think we do Star Bomb. Yeah, we'll do double Star Bomb. Please tell me I have 2 Star Bombs on NA. I just realized because I don't play NA very often and I skip events all the time, I might not actually have... Wait, I surely have 2 golden carps. Yeah, here we go. I wish I had that on JP. Seriously, I wish I had that on JP. That's awesome. That's really handy. It's either that or I do Poster Girl. Actually, I think NA is like my only account that doesn't have Poster Girl. My fucking 1 to 3 star account has Poster Girl. I don't know if this is good enough. I'm not sure the repeat NP thing is going to really happen here. I don't remember how much time they give you, but I don't think they give you that much time. I don't know though. I don't know which fight this is. You fight him quite a bit. I think you fight him at least 3 times. Yeah, that's true. You can do the challenge quest without the event CE if you use the anti-berserker one. It is good enough to do that. The dream though is you have armor ignore and you have the event CE. But yeah, you can just do the I think it's like Child of Atlas, I think is the CE. It's like Child of Atlas or something like that. Or Infant of Atlas or some nonsense. Okay. He does not have the... Fuck, I should have brought someone else with battery. I could have brought MASH or, Shakespeare. Oops. I can't NP turn 1. We messed it up. Well, the good news is we can do Hans's NP because of this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it. The bad news is my, oh, I gotta change this. I gotta change this. Mozart should be in the back. That way Waver goes to the back, and if someone dies, Billy comes in. That's a mistake. You know what? Let's do quick. No, let's not be that guy. Well, he gets his defense up even if he's stunned. Fantastic. I think I'm gonna need to reset. I need to have already NP'd. Yeah, I want to reset anyway because I messed up the team order. And also, you really want Shiki to then have her art card not on the first hand because of not having our NP right away. Also, fucking Hans. This waiver has no faux items. So if I put in MASH, I can turn 1 NP. But I lose the star gen, the NP regen, crit buff, all that nonsense. Actually, I don't think I can turn 1 NP because I'm not 10-10-10. Ari, I'm really paying for my my insolence here. I could level the skill, but that's a lot of bones. Well, if I can't turn 1 NP, I think we go Hans then. That really sucks. Cause yeah, I want to NP break right off the bat, and then try to use what time I've got to get the second NP. Not waste that time getting the fucking first one. Okay, chat, if. I know this is a big if, but I don't want to see any copiums. This is just an if. If, for the 6th year anniversary, they added a bunch of, you know, bronze servants, or maybe even silver servants, you know. If they added a bunch of bronze servants again, or bronze and silver servants again. I literally had copium incoming. But if they added a bunch of bronze or silver servants at once for anniversary 6, right? Would one of them be Maxwell's demon? I think that's reasonable, right? We got Nobukatsu, we got Shin Gong, you know, they have these like staple, you know, NPC only characters that have been around for a long time. and Jason, right? I'm with Ari. I think it's really possible. I think if they did a I don't think they're gonna just randomly like and now Maxwell's demon, right? I don't think they're gonna do that because they've had a lot of opportunities to do that and they haven't because they're shits. But I really think if they added a bunch at once like they did at Anniversary 4, I think he has a pretty good shot at it. There's not that many. I know there's a good few, but there's not that many units like there were before. Like when they did Anniversary 4, there were a lot of NPC only characters that were canonically summonable. There was a lot. But there's not that many now. Like, yeah, there's a chunk, sure, but I think Maxwell Demon would make the cut pretty easily. He's decently popular. Redline is a thing, and he's a major antagonist in Redline. So I think it could happen. I really do. I know copium everywhere, but I think he's got a shot. Like the other, let's see, the other stuff out there, what do we got? Agravain, obviously, but I don't think he's going to be a bronze or a silver. I think he's going to be a gold. We got some of this stuff, I guess, in Lost Belt 6, but that's really new. You know, Qin Gong didn't get added for like a year. There's the big general guy from Lost Belt 3 as well. He was never added. There's that other caster dude from GUDAGUDA that actually I'm actually surprised he hasn't been in. Because he's pretty popular. I forgot his name, but he's got like the black and purple suit and the sunglasses, you know? That's one. Let's see, I'm sure I'm forgetting some stuff here. There's Zhufu or Zhifu, whatever the fuck. That's a big one, and that one's definitely getting added at some point. There's Antoinette Alter. Let's see. Yeah, I guess Saber Kojo kinda counts. It's kind of an iffy one, but that kinda counts. So, I mean, there's still a chunk out there. There's definitely a chunk out there. I hope they do it. I don't think they'll do it this year, though, because I just think, you know, because they pulled all those people off FGO, and at best, they're just now putting them back on. I think this year is going to be very light on DW stuff. Yeah, I said this earlier. I think it'll be heavy on stuff like Titan Moon can do, and stuff like the third-party artists can do, like craft essences or shit like that. And I think they'll give out, you know, summon tickets and that and SQ. And I think they'll do the one thing they might do is like the command code update. But in terms of stuff that takes coding on DW side, I really think Anniversary 6 is probably going to be a letdown. I hope I'm wrong. And even though they've been blatantly been a skeleton crew recently, I mean that leaker pretty much said that. I hope if there's been one thing they've been putting effort into, it's Anniversary 6. Maybe that's why everything else has been so bare bones, right? So, you know, I have slight hope Lost Belt 6 will somehow turn it around, but I don't think so. I think even if they do try to turn this ship around, it's going to take them a spell, right? It's not coming up this second. Do I want to waste a turn of the attack buff, or do I want to hold it? Because I would like to switch in Mozart here, because I get the Star Bomb now. Let me think. Wasting a turn's not a great idea, though, I feel like. I can definitely... Okay, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people are more hyped for NA's anniversary. Even though it's, you know, it's all predictable and they know what it is. The thing is, the 4th year anniversary was actually good, right? Like it's a confirmed good one. Where the 5th one was not, and then so the 6th one, I think people are kind of like, eh. I'm gonna Hans in P, and I'm gonna Shiki art card. Like, that's set in stone. I think I'll hold it. I want to say, if I could get a second NP with that attack buff, I think that would be worth. Yeah, NA gets Qin Gong. That's the good shit, man. I remember when those servants... Come on, Hans! God, why do I ever bring him to anything? Anyway, I remember when all the new bronzes were added and everyone was like, you know, checking them out and evaluating them and then picking their favorites and this, that, and the other. I remember me and a lot of other people being like, I think Qin Gong is probably one of the better ones of this slot. Maybe the best of this slot. And it turned out, you know, he was the best by a lot. Like, a lot. And everybody knew the buff cycling aspect of it was going to be good, and it is, right, obviously, and that's honestly not the surprising part. Everybody knew the death manipulation stuff would be good. But I remember, and I think I was right about this, you know, budget teams really don't take advantage of that much. They can't really afford to kill one of their units a lot of the time. But Qingong is still good regardless. He's still so good regardless. You know, crit down, taunt, battery, defense up, damage cut, and I mean, it's so much. Like, it's so much. So yeah, Qingong is easily the best of the lot. And the other ones are good. There's some good ones in there, but none of them are half as good as him, I would say. And yeah, Qingong's mats are pretty easy. Okay, we can now NP, so that's good. Pretty much hit it right on the button there. And I can save my third skill. Come on, Shiki. 100%, and we don't need to use Mozart's third skill. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. Do I need the attack up? Let's see, we've got it. If Hans landed his attack up, I might be like, maybe not. But because he didn't, I'm gonna just do that. God damn it, Hans. This would be so much better if I NP'd on turn 1. Oh, we have the event CE. Right. I should have saved the attack up and the art up. Oh my god. Hit Shiki. For the love of God, punch Shiki. There you go. Don't kill her though. No. One's enough. One's enough. No. You son of a fucking... This is why you're not playable. This is why you're not fucking playable. Okay, we need to make some adjustments to the team here. Might bring Mash for the taunt, you know. Cause see, the Throne of Heroes is outside of space-time, and it knew that he was going to do that a long time ago, and it just fuck him. Toxic streamer, oh yeah. I'm toxic? He just fucking killed Shiki! Right, what are we doing here? Alright, where's, there's a waiver. Okay. The shitty thing about MASH is, though, like, we don't get the crit up and all that, but I don't think we're gonna need it. And I would like to not explode. And I could also NP on turn 1 if I would level Shiki's skill, but, you know, of course not. I could cut the Star Bomb. Like, if MASH gets her NP, that could be good. Although critting on turn 1 is an extra way to help with NP gain, but because of Mash's invulnerability, I don't think that's a big deal. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I know, Shiki has evade, I got it. It's just, you know, I didn't think he was gonna hit that hard, and I wanted the crit buff, because I forgot I had the damage CE, and, you know, so I'd already used it. And we're not bringing Mash just for the invulnerability, we're bringing Mash for the taunt and the battery. Although, I actually think I want Mash to die when she taunts. I want somebody to die. Let me just make sure Shiki's third skill doesn't have 30% base charge. I don't think it does. I think you have to level it. I'm almost positive that's the case. But just to be safe... Yeah, no, it levels up. Okay. Yeah, it's the health. It's the Boy, that you get so much less out of it if you don't level it then, because the health drain is the same, but the reward for the health drain is smaller. So that's a bit oof. I do not have an art card this time. That's a bit unfortunate. Let's see. What's the play then? And also, Mash doesn't. Fucking Mash doesn't have an art card, and Shigi doesn't have an art card. That's a bunch of bullshit right there. This is not good. Oh yeah, Mash doesn't care though, because Waver is a balanced servant and is not even remotely overpowered. Let's see. See, last time though I didn't need to use that skill. And I could save it for the next one, where this time I can't. That's a pretty big hit. I think that's not gonna work because of that. Like that's a real problem. I almost want to use both of my art ups just for more refund because oh, this is bad. I kind of want to go back to Hans and just get lucky because Hans helps with the next NP too. Yeah, and if I'm yeah, I'm gonna go back to Hans. We'll just not use our crit buff, because we don't need it anyway. See ya, Zaw. Thanks for hanging out, man. Generally, this is universal for DPS. Now, there are so many exceptions. You can never give someone advice that X craft essence is just better than Y craft. Like, people ask me, what's the best craft essence for X unit? But it's just, it's so based on what... Are you using Scatty and Waver? Are you not? Do you have Cave Scope or MLB? Are you doing a boss? Are you farming? Like, do you want to use Waver for like your friend support list, or do you not want to do that? Like, there's just so many variables. But generally for DPS, the go-to just universal good craft essence option is 50% starting NP at least or more. Shut up, Fury. And then whatever damage up you've got, right? So for Kojiro, it'd be starting NP, and then, you know, NP up, crit up, quick up, or attack up, right? So you got Golden Sumo, Drunken Jolter, you know, Knights of whatever, you know, all those kinds of things. And if you don't have starting NP with a damage up thing, 'cause maybe you only got Buster up and Art up, and you don't have anything that's applicable to Kojiro, then you're gonna want something like, you know, Imaginary Around or K-Scope. And if it's a situation where you just don't need starting NP, because maybe you do have Waver and Scatty, or you got a lot of trash mobs, or whatever the situation is, then you're going to go with something that's just more like raw, yeah, 4 hot men, or you're going to go with something just like raw value, like, you know, Imaginary Element, or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, Imaginary Around is the quick up one, right? Imaginary Element is the starting NP one. God, that's confusing. Let's put the same character on 2 CEs that are both unlimited Gacha CEs, and make them 2 words, and the first word is the same in both CEs. This couldn't possibly confuse anyone. Anyway, so yeah, generally for Kojiro, you're looking at like Golden Sumo, Drunken Jolter, the Christmas one that I forget the name of, Knights of Marine or whatever it is, you know, stuff like that, and an emergency maybe aerial drive. You've got the Castle of the Sun from GUDAGUDA. That one's okay. It's not amazing, but it's okay. And if you don't have those, emergency option is like the Sakura CE, the 75% starting NP1, Imaginary Element, I think. And if you, or K-Scope, and if you don't need starting NP, or you don't have it, then you're looking at stuff like, you know, Imaginary Round, pretty much. But generally, you're going to want starting NP / damage up skill for Servant, right? But yeah, it just depends. But it's complicated. It's like, are you farming? Are you challenge quests? Are you soloing? Are you last man standing? And full team, budget, non-budget, right? You know, things change depending on what the hell's going on. I feel like I haven't heard this song in forever. It's really good though. This is Thomas Was Alone. That's such a interesting game. It's like pretty fun platforming puzzles, and then like you play as all these colored blocks that have different abilities to get through the platforming, and some of the platforming and puzzles actually get kind of hard. But then what's unique about it is, although the characters are literally like a green square or a blue circle or you know, a red triangle or what, that's literally the characters, but they're like super characterized, right? And they have all these, you know, ups and downs and all this stuff. It's just interesting, like how they do it. It's kind of like silly mixed with serious. But you have to really like, you know, like kind of like 2D puzzle platforming, otherwise you'll go insane. And I swear to God, this is a happy coincidence. This is not biasm. My favorite character in that game is the green one. And I love him so much because he's super unique and just awesome, but he's one of the last characters they introduce into the game, right? You think you know the roster, you know the cast, and then he gets introduced and he's on his own, he's not with the group for a while. Anyone that plays that game and that knows me, I think they'll agree with me that I like that character not because he's green. Like, when you see how he's characterized, he is so up my alley. But then the fact that he's green on top of it is fucking incredible. I need to play that game again. It's a fun time. But the platforming puzzles, if I remember correctly, got pretty complicated as it went on. So if you don't enjoy that stuff, you'll have a bad time. Okay, let's see. Totally not biased. I swear I'm not there. I am biased to green, of course. Oftentimes I will like something more because it is green. But legitimately, that character was the best character anyway. And then also he was green. So then it's like, you know, the next level, right? Okay. Man, these starting hands are rough. I think you want to get a art card on hand 1 and a art card on hand 2. That's pretty much what you're looking for. Okay, Hans, if you could land that attack buff, that would be swell. At least they gave Golden Sumo out twice, but a lot of people seem to have missed that. At least I can say this. I remember when Golden Sumo hit in A, I remember so clearly. I told everyone, everywhere I could, I was like, get Golden Sumo. It's like, if you're thinking about playing the game, start playing it right now and get it. Don't, if you're ever gonna not phone in an event, don't phone in this one. Get the fucking CE. You're going to regret it if you don't. And then when the rerun happened, I said the same thing. And I was like, and this is your last chance to get it. So if you're on the rerun, get the fucking CE. I was so crystal clear about that. And unfortunately, some people just started, you know, playing after, or they were morons, or, you know, whatever. I didn't know FCO existed. Yeah, I know. There's nothing you can do about it. So, but I did my part, right? I did as much as I could to get as many people Golden Sumo as possible. I guess I could have done a bit more. I could have gone around in my neighborhood with like a megaphone and said, tell people to start playing FGO, because if you don't start playing now, you're going to miss Golden Sumo. You're going to regret it. I could have like done online advertising, right? I could have gone a little bit farther. You know, I could have maybe found 2 people to help out, right? But yeah, there wasn't much more I could do there. So I think because I got like no NP there, I think we're like fucked here. Yep. Look, if I was at 10, she would have her NP right now. If I was at fucking rank 10, she would have her goddamn NP right there. She would have hit 99 rounded up to 100, I'm pretty sure. Either that or 101. She might hit 100 on the dot there. Why can't we have Ox King, but for art? and Quick. You know, Quick has, you know, the Ushi one, but that one is so much harder to make use of. You know, Ox King is just so easy to boost your team up with. The Ushi one isn't total garbage because you can do it's garbage in a practical sense, but when buff stacking, you can like slap it on Alexander when he gets low on health, cast his skills, and then just hope he dies, right? And then you're like ready to go. And so you can actually get higher peak damage than like any other card color because of that. But it's RNG and obnoxious and stupid, right? So it's not really good. I don't think this works again. I think well, maybe if I crit, but I think you pretty much have to get an art card with her, or either that or double Quick and someone else gets an art card, or a Brave Chain. Like if she got Buster Quick, that might work too. Yeah, she needs a pretty good start on NP here. It's time, right? If you're just wanting to win, it would be fine. I don't know, maybe I have more turns than I'm thinking. But I think when he NPs, it's over. I don't know, if that is the case, I actually do have a decent amount of time. And I could slow down a bit. I think a lot of people didn't get Ox King, and I don't really blame them. As awesome as it is, it's such a... It is such a bitch to play that event. It's not fun at all. Oh my god, NPing on this turn is the dream though. It's so good. You can art. Hey look! Hey look! If my skill was rank 10, I could NP right now. I'm cheating. Now, I'm not gonna cheat as much as I could, right? I could command spell and not use my third skill, and then I could save it for the next NP, right? But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna use my I'm throwing my third skill into the ether. I'm basically mimicking having my my third skill max right now. Is basically what I'm doing, right? So I don't want to use the bones. I don't want to use the bones. You all might feel bad about this, but I don't feel bad about this. I'm fine. I'm good. This is totally legit. Okay. I'm definitely doing this one. We do not need Mozart's art up in order to break. We do not need that. But it will make our looping better. And I actually think that is worth using it for, because I think we're doing pretty good on damage. The issue is looping. And last time we still had our third skill. This time we don't. So I'm gonna try to we gotta muscle it here. Pretend we have Castori on the team, you know. I cannot believe Icy changed his name to that. And it took me so long to get it. Oh my god, that was so stupid. You're only allowed to change your name on Twitch like every 6 months. This man fucking changed his fucking name to that and is stuck with it for that long, and he doesn't even care. He doesn't look at that face. He doesn't regret it. I don't care. He's like, I don't give a shit. I forgot to cast the evade. Thankfully, he was merciful. And he didn't hit Shiki twice. Oh my god, that could have been so bad. Ahem. Well, I'm gonna have Shiki NP first because she'll do the defense down to help Billy not completely suck. The question is, who gets the third card? Probably still Shiki. Let's see, she's got attack up, double crit up, triple crit up, and another attack up. Where Billy just has the attack up and the double crit up. Now his crit up is much bigger than her crit up, but she has so many buffs that I think she's the way to go there. Oh yeah, and never mind, she has the event CE, so not even a thing. So this is a fight that you don't have to win. This stage will just complete on its own. I hope to God, though, it's one where if you win, you get a bonus drop. I really like when they do that. Damn, we don't get to see Billy's damage. I think we do get a drop. What did we get? We got, okay, that's basically nothing, but I'm glad they gave us that. Consolation prize, right? That was that stage earlier where they were giving out consolation prizes, but I didn't realize it, and I completed the stage, and I didn't reset the app. That one Nobu stage. I wish I had gone back and done it for real, because I want to know what the drops were. I think they were bronze drops. I think each one you killed dropped a bronze, like event shop thing, which again is pretty minor, but that would have been cool to have gotten. I wish they did that more often. They almost never do it. Doesn't Enkidu do something? Or I'm sorry, Kingu. Doesn't Kingu drop a QP or something? Like, so we just talked about that, but I forgot what it was. But I think there's that 2 million HP Kingu fight in the story. Or does it drop like a gold lancer piece? Because that's not as it's better than nothing, but it's not exactly hype. If we had story replay, I would go check, although I'd imagine story replay wouldn't give you any loot, but it'd be cool if the optional stuff you could go back and get. There's so little optional loot in this game, though. Like, there's so little. Look at that face. Alright, man, we were going slow as dirt there. What do we got available now? Just these bonus stages. We don't have any new side bosses yet. That's soon, though. I know there's a lot more of them. There's plenty. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours? What? Jesus. Okay then. Anyway, what are we doing here? It's a level 30 stage. I like how we just fought Big Boy, right? Actual boss fight to some extent anyway. And then they throw a level 30 stage at you. Man, assuming the rest of Lost Belt 6 is good. That's a big assumption. But assuming the rest of Lost Belt 6 is good, it'll be the same way where time just like flies, right? And that, if Elden Ring is good, I'm sure that'll happen too. I really like From games, and Elden Ring is looking right up my alley because it's got the PvP and the customization, which their recent games haven't had. But that's coming back, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Night Guy is Percival. I'm almost positive it's Percival. So I just hope he's done well, right? I hope he's not lame. Clicking a lot of wrong buttons right now. So, Aerie, oh my god, I know this is copium. I know this is copium. Y'all can spam it now, but the thought of this scares the hell out of me. What if, seriously, this is a problem for me. What if this part's not copium. This part's not copium, right? This part's, you know, half of this we actually know for sure. They rate up Percival, right? Or Big Night Boy, because I mean that's obviously not copium. We know Big Night Boy's coming, right? So Big Night Boy gets added, and I like him. And then like Agravain or something gets added too, because you know Nasu said he's wanted to add Agravain. It'd make a lot of sense for Agravain to be there. They even said there's another Knight of the Round with Spear Boy. That could be Agravain. Sure, it could be anyone else, but you know that's not copium. That's just possible. It's possible. You know, it could totally happen. So I would roll, right? I like Agravain. I like Percival, right? My kind of characters, right? So I roll, no problem. Okay, there we go. And then and then Anniversary 6 hits, and they do something crazy, like adding Zeus or Ares or you know, or Demeter or something, right? Like, you know, because we would have thought they would have done that for the 5th anniversary, but they didn't. And they're like, oh, we're doing it now though. I would be fucked, right? I have spent so much SQ on the fucking Yang CE, Calamity Jane's fucking rainbow ass, fucking not Virgil, right? You know, I've dropped my SQ a good bit, right? I've gone down. I only got like 1,000 some odd. Not looking so hot. So if I roll on Agravain and Percival, I'm gonna be pretty much out, right? I'm not gonna have much left. And normally it takes them a long time to add other stuff that I like, so I can save back up again. But if they're just like, if they just slap me with a Greek god in the face or something, I'm ruined. I'm done. Like, I'm finished. Right? I've never had that's never happened to me in FGO before. I've never gotten jebaited. Right? I've been playing this game for a long time, and I'm normally able to, you know, wiggle my way through and save up my SQ, and it's all right. But I would get slapped. Right? I get fucking slapped if that happens. And I don't want to not roll on, you know, aggravate and stuff if they get added, right? I wouldn't want to not do that, but I swear to God, you know, I pretty much never liked the Anniversary Servant, but I swear to God, if Anniversary 6 is the first time I do, it's like bitch version of this fight. But yeah, we'll not be happy. Don't worry, Annie is for another female foreigner. Let's be real, it's probably going to be Kazuya Drop or whatever her name is. Kazu's something. K-Drop. Get the K-pop. Anyway, she's probably going to be the anniversary one or something like that. So I hope so. I'm not kidding. I hope so. If you're going to add Zeus, do it later for God's sakes. Let me save up. Don't do it right after adding Aggravate or something, right? I'm not ready for this. We have no anti defense, so we're probably actually gonna fail because too many turns with our taunts. If I had to wail for, I don't know if I'd be more or less likely to stream if I actually decided to throw money at FGO. I get maybe more because does this sound weird, but I would be significantly less nervous about how my rolls go if I was spending money. I don't know how to describe that, but when you save up for a really long time, it's way more nerve-wracking, right? It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like because you spent months getting that free SQ, it's nerve-wracking as fuck, right? Where if you throw money at the screen, I don't really give a fuck. It's like whatever. Dude, I feel so bad for New from our chat. I can't even imagine how bad that felt. For those who don't know, New, who's right there, New saved up for a long time for Edmund. I think it was on an A. And New is completely free to play, 100% free to play, and saved up just super iron will, right? Did not roll on anything. Just had a massive amount of SQ. It was like 2,000 fucking SQ, all free to play SQ, and didn't get Edmund. That has got to be the worst. That is just that is the biggest horror story I've ever seen for free to play, like ever. Just fucking atrocious, right? So yeah, that's pretty rough. Okay. Fuck this game right now. I am not using a servant with armor ignore. I need cards when my taunts are alive, so because the boss doesn't have much health, and I'm getting nothing. You're feeding me crumbs here, game. I'm trying to beat a samurai with a stick, and you're like, no, Leonidas needs these cards. Fuck, because this guy will get up to the point where he has 100% defense up, but then you're done. You're finished. That's what I like. That can't happen in Genshin Impact. If you have Iron Will and you don't roll, and you save up for an incredibly long time, and you get like some ludicrous amount of, how do I not have my NP right now? Maybe because I didn't get any fucking cards is why. And you save up for a really long time, and you roll like that, you're gonna hit the safety net. You're guaranteed you're going to hit the safety net, and you will get the servant, right? So you're good to go. FGO is just like, nah, brah. I think we're dead. I think we're dead. We're taking way too long here. Imagine failing this stage. I blame it's because my taunts. Because if I could NP right now and get QQQ, right, I think I could win next turn. Because I'd be one turn ahead, I'd already broken and stuff. So I'd NP and do a crit turn on the next health bar as of next turn. But now I have to wait an extra turn, and also not even a later turn to get my stars. So I think I'm finished. Even if we crit, I think he's got too much defense now. He's about to hit critical mass here. We'll see. Don't know what that was, but we guarded it. Cause see, I could already be I could be critting right now. I could have already done my NP and be critting right now. He's got another one, you just can't see it. I think I have to go for burst, because he gets too much defense next turn. Attack up, save me. I forgot to cast evade. I think he might have this. I bet you these defense ups are not as big as the challenge quest defense ups. These look like they're only like 10%. Yeah, those are much lower. Because in the challenge quest, I think it's 20% each turn, and so it ramps out of control. But that's clearly not as much. That's clearly not as much. Hell, those might not even be 10%. Like, those might be 5 or something. They're probably 10. Those are probably 10. So he probably had like 40 or 50% defense up there. Maybe they'll add a safety net in Anniversary 6. I can type the copium on that one. I can type the copium on that one. That ain't fucking happening. Get fucking real. It should, like 100% it should. I think they're being very foolish not adding a safety net to FGO. All right, which one of these do we want to do? I wonder if I do. Let's do the optional ones, because I think the optional, or these ones, because I think these ones might unlock the other ones. It's a level 20 stage. I don't know. It's like, what am I gonna do to make this interesting? It won't even kill my taunts. Thanks, Poi Poi. Percival into Anniversary, Zeus into Extra Remake, Buddha because fuck you. Yeah, that's something they would do. Or they'll not really. I mean, like, they're not gonna read up Zeus for the Extra Remake. I mean, I'd take it. I'd take it, but when does that come out anyway? The remake for Extra. Oh, it's Medusa. I don't know why she looks like that temporarily, but you know. Nobu. That's Nobu, that's funny. Oh my god, Medusa's voice as Tank Nobu. That is amazing, because I mean Tank Nobu is the best one. That's incredible. Sadly, you can't skip turns, Fury. Feels bad. Let's do slow-mo so it doesn't skip anything. Hopefully she crits. Yeah, the Fate Stay Night Nobus are amazing. Didn't Kojiro not get one? Those bastards, man. The fucking joke event, and they're referencing him not being a true servant, man. Imagine your lord getting you when you're in a joke event. I'd like to let her live for her to do her NP, but thankfully there's a video on YouTube that has all of those, because it'd be really hard to get her to live that long. We can get her getting hit by an NP sound here, though. Oh hey, thank you for the raid, Gurus, I appreciate it. I missed that because I was not looking at chat for a second there, excuse me. We're gonna have both sounds here. Be kind of hard to hear. Nothing too special with that one. Most of the effort there was definitely put into her NP line. The death sound was pretty good though. Oh my god, the Herc one. The Herc one is so good. I remember that one. See, this is another reason why a challenge tower would be good, because one of the floors could be like an actual boss version of all of the Fate Stay Night Nobus, and that way you'd have access to their voice acting nonsense any time, right? You give them break bars, all that stuff, and like, you know, because they'll be tougher, they'll actually get their NPs, right? You basically can only get, you'll pretty much only get their NP lines if you like stall, right? You can't really get them naturally, but if it was a challenge fight, like in a challenge tower, right, you could actually hear them in a normal setting. So I like how Medusa has had 1,000,000 costumes and she has no costumes in FGO. Same goes for a few other people too, though. God damn it, FGO. This is why monetizing costumes is good, because you'd actually get these things. Alright, one more. You know, casual Kojiro would be pretty good. I could get behind that. Okay, let's make this tough. Here we go. Getting counterclass now. The problem is they're so weak, they probably won't kill my taunt walls. The whole Medusa Summer thing has been like a meme for a while. Best character, by the way. So I wonder if they'll just do it just because it's been like such a requested thing over time. Although they said the most requested costume he has gotten is Ku. Like they said, that's the thing people ask for the most. And yet we still don't have it. Poi Poi, do you mean the adult Lancer version? Because that would be nice, but they're probably never going to do it because because of her baby self, right? Her kid version. They're both Lancers, so I don't think they're gonna do it, which really sucks. Medusa cannot have nice things. So what's gonna kill us is the ads. I think the ads are gonna. We need to be AoE. The ads are just gonna be too much. 30k turns into a lot when you're being counterclassed. Protection from Nobu. So are they protecting themselves from themselves? Like, how does that work? Also, George has so much health still. God damn it, game. If they added Hawaiian shirt Ku alter, I would be so mad. Like that, oh my god, I'd be so mad. By the way, Ku's voice actor is a gem, I'm just saying. So protection from Nobu only gives them 1 hit evade instead of 3, but they get the defense up. I imagine though it's a smaller defense up. But look, it lasts forever. It's just like, they know. It's just like PFA in that regard. Okay, well, I should have taunted next turn. Because he's not gonna die. And if I taunted next turn, he'd at least die to the NPs. I guess I have Billy NP because he actually has quick here. I could NP this one just because it'll get through the evade. He has insta-death, though. I wish they made hard modes, like, for optional stages like this. If you wanted to make them harder, you know, you could just click hard mode and you get, like, slightly more QP for beating it or something. Nothing serious. But, You know, because this would be cool to have, like, you know, all the Fates of Night characters with their Nobus and have it be a real fight. You know, like a break bar or something. Hey, look! I should. Oh, God. I so should have waited to taunt there. I've done it now. The only reason we're getting wrecked, though, is because our taunts are living for so long. We've almost killed Ku without our taunts going away. Although I guess we don't have taunts anymore, technically. Now we have dead weight. Nobu Bolg. Oh no. Not like this. Whew, glad he missed and doesn't have his buff. I need Atlas probably, because that defense down is actually kind of bad. Alright, let's see. I can use my NP to target switch and kill him. It's just, that's such a waste of damage. It'd be better to NP this one. Hopefully this works. No Bolg indeed. Lubu Nobo Nobo, man, that's a thing. Anyway, Lubu Nubu would be really good. Okay, I guess I get NP here, NP charge. I'm pretty lucky their attack stat is so low, otherwise I would be getting destroyed right now. If the NP had hit me though, that probably would have either killed me or got me so low I would have been screwed. Ku definitely hits harder than the Ku Nobus. Alright, well we win here. Zeus. Honestly, Zeus's voice actor doing Nobu nonsense would be pretty funny. Also, his voice actor is really good, by the way. Yeah, look how little damage this guy's doing. Feels bad. Alright, we'll listen to the voice line here. The music knows. Oh my god, they cut it off. Feels bad. When your death sound is so long, or your NP damage sound is so long, it gets cut off by your death sound. That's like some Blackbeard stuff right there. Ku Killer number 2. Uh-huh. Alright, let's do one of the actual fights now. It's enough of because these things are like way easier. So, I guess you don't recruit Ku until you do this stage. So, I guess they make it take a while to get him to do the mine stage, because he makes the mine stage so easy. Although, I think I could have done this stage a long time ago. The thing is, a regular Ku, the non-story support Ku, can solo that stage, right? So, literally, any Ku will get the job done, so... Look at all these story supports. Got like an army. Yeah, look at this. Jeez. Like how it says Serpent God and all that. Like they got their silly names. Alright, I have no idea what this one is, but this one's only level 30, so it's probably not one of the spicy ones. This is Nobu abuse. I mean, what are you gonna do? Mash is a nerd. The fact that none of these story supports have upgraded NPs irritates me. You're not alone. They get better with time. Like nowadays, they mostly have the characters maxed out like they should be. Tristan was, although Castor Artoria's not, but they're probably going to have Castor Artoria get stronger later in the story or something. Super Mecha Nobu Mach 2. Why is it spelled that way? But increased defense, it's nothing too crazy. Unless it's a way bigger defense buff than I'm thinking. I know, the 3 stars not being in P5 is really ridiculous. I should be attacking that 61k one, actually. I love that voice line attack, it's so good. It's timed to be in slow-mo, so it's a little off, but it's still good. Tank Nobu's actually annoying though, its NP removes your buffs. And they get it in pretty quick, so might have a bad time here in a second. Hopefully the Saber one attacks, because if he buffed, it'd be a problem. Holy shit! They definitely attacked! That is such a good animation. Why are these not playable? God! At least we have Nobukatsu. That's workaround for them. But yeah, I love that animation too. It's super good. Okay, they remove buffs, but after damage, so we'll evade one of them. If I can kill one of them, then we're good. If they remove my NP gain up, though, that would really suck, but what are you gonna do? Just do 42,000 to a defense up neutral class with an AoE NP as a level 80. Well, okay, we got it. We'll lose our NP gain out, but we don't need it. It's fine. We did fine there. Probably not. Probably like a 20% defense up or something. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Yeah, there go my buffs. Man, it's so nice having her NP gain buff with the guaranteed crits. That's how you like loop, right? That's like the whole shtick. But oh well, we win anyway. Yeah, their animations have aged just fine. You're not really expecting a mini Nobu to be like, you know, the best animations in the game anyway, but I mean, these look fine. I'd grail it. Like, I would absolutely grail a tank Nobu, or like a mecha Nobu. Like, I would totally do that. Can you imagine, though, what the voice director had to say? Because if you listen to the NPs of the Fate Stay Night Nobus, they literally use the same like voice inflection and timing as their regular NPs, but they're saying Nobu instead. Which, and for some of them, is very difficult to do because, like, you know, try doing the Unlimited Blade Works, you know, chant rhythm, but saying Nobu instead, right? It's kind of messed up. So I can't even imagine how the voice director had to actually explain that. It's like, okay, so I need you to say nothing but no and boos, and I need you to kind of have the same inflection as this chant you did before, right? like the fuck? You know, no joke, a lot of the Nobus do indeed have better animations than Day One servants, by a lot. I mean, you know, Shakespeare, Mozart, you know, all that stuff, they're totally garbage animations. And the Nobus, you know, some of them are pretty entertaining, and like that crit animation is so much better. And you got the ones who are like their NP, where they take their body apart and smack you with all their body parts and then put themselves back together and shit like that. And you got UFO Nobu just being silly and Tank Nobu and everything, right? And it's hard to fuck up guns, so... Yeah, and yeah, that's true. The sprites look really bad on day one animations. All the mini Nobus look exactly like they look like in the story, right? There's no problem. Where like Mozart and all those, and they look terrible. You know, bobblehead syndrome. I know, 6 years into the game, and we still have multiple people with caster balls, right? We've got Gilles, Matahari, Shakespeare, Mozart. I know there's some other ones I always forget. They're like ones that you don't really think about. Yeah, even Matahari is popular too. Is fucking ridiculous. Caster Guild doesn't have caster balls. What am I forgetting here? I know I'm forgetting something. Antoinette doesn't. She's been updated. Let's see. It's definitely Shakespeare and Mozart. Those are two obvious ones. And then Matahari and Gilles. I'm sure. I remember I talked about this recently, and I swear someone brought up one that I had forgotten. It's really weird to me that Matahari didn't get updated, but again, they just phone this shit in so much these days. Fucking sucks. Nursery Rhyme basically does in her stage 1, but it's a bit better in stage 2 and 3. But not that they're good animations or anything, but a bit better than the actual day 1 stuff. No, I'm gonna regret that. I'm sure she can beat it, but fuck that. That's better. Yeah, in terms of just day 1 animations, period, there's still loads of them. You got Darius, Leonidas, Phantom, Matahari, Mozart, Shakespeare. Those are all the same there. Let's see, Protoku. What else do we got here for day 1 animations? They're getting the numbers down at least though. Like that, they're getting somewhere. Yeah, Eric. I said Leo. Yeah, Romulus. I think aren't Yuri Pirates better than day 1? Not by much, obviously, because they're no, I guess they are day 1. They used a lot of because like Blackbeard was, even though he was added. No, he was in the game day 1. David, that's what I'm thinking of. David was added a bit after day 1, but he just copy pasted stock animations they already had. So yeah, Blackbeard and David are another one. Man, that's rough because Yuri Pirates are even a gold servant for crying out loud. Guessing this is attack up. Yeah, this is basically the other stage, but attack instead of defense. See, if you had a hard mode version of this that people could optionally do if they wanted to, why not? You know, give them like 3 times as much health, maybe a break bar, you know, another mild gimmick. And it'd still be an easy stage, but you have to, if you're soloing or doing budget, you have to try and pay attention, right? That'd be nice. Like some of these are good, but some of these are just a waste of time, really. But the ones that are good, though, I really do enjoy, and they cost no AP, so you can do them as many times as you want. Let's do slow-mo for that voice acting. Alright, rage time. That looked really brutal because, like, the sprite of the enemy was so big there, you kind of just saw a vague bite and then just blood everywhere. Yeah, her NP is really awesome in slow-mo. That poor Nobu was just hanging out in a forest, and then Pince shows up and thinks it's Achilles. Like, oh shit. Yeah, her Buster animations are really good. Honest, I remember when they first added Pinth, and I didn't know anything with the character yet. I hadn't even seen her name yet. I just saw the design. I was like, I don't care about this one. Like, I was so like, oh, this is gonna be a pass. But then I, you know, saw them in game, right? Like as a boss or whatever. And I'm like, wait, these animations are awesome. But then they're angry as fuck. And then I looked into who it was and everything, and I was okay. That's not so bad. But yeah, her design has never really been my cup of tea. But the animations are awesome, and the voice acting is awesome, and there's so much. You know, I'm always a fan of the angry ones, so I'm alright with it. Let's see. What is this one? I don't think this is not one that boosts your gain per stage. Those are normally easier. Let's see if this one's a bit spicier. It's level 60. I know the Hydra is a really spicy one, and I don't remember what it is, and don't spoil it, chat, but I remember there's an assassin one that if you don't use the story support or anything like that, it's pretty obnoxious. I don't remember why. I absolutely don't remember why, but I know there's an assassin one that's fucking pain in the butt. Alright, let's try neutral. You know, let's go Achilles. We just used Pinth, so now it's hey, so we use this team, right? Surely they're going to get along. It'll be no problem. I like how Atalante has a voice line trying to calm Pinth down. Is like, Achilles isn't so bad, I promise, right? It's like, this isn't gonna work. Like, there's you don't hear Pinth's response, but there's like no way that that panned out. Surprised Atalante was brave enough to even try to do that. Like, let me bring up Achilles and try to defend him to Pinth. What could go wrong? Yeah, if Face Rage Fake ever finishes, we'll get her sister, who is significantly calmer. She's pretty cool though so far. She hasn't had a lot of screen time, but she seems alright so far. She also likes punching people, so I mean, and she punches Herc in the face. He's all like, you know, acting like he's the best thing ever since sliced bread, and then he just gets walloped in the face. It's pretty great. It's not really Hercules though at that point. I guess it's the, you know, fan fiction. I don't even remember what they call him. It's some stupid shit. So increased critical rate and tremendously increased critical hit damage. Oh boy. Nobu style. Okay, well, let's not die here. 200k on that front one. Dude, look at these things. They're like they're Okita Nobus. Like, it's amazing. Like, what the fuck? And it's like they're wearing all this like serious stuff, but they have that face, right? It's so good. They got their little swords, like they're gonna be you know, samurai showdowning somebody. Holy crap. That's a Ted George. We may be in trouble here. We might be about to die to Nobus. Take those crits. We are absolutely about to die. We are abso-fucking-lutely about to die. We're gonna need to change how we approach this a little bit. Oh boy. Let's see here. Yeah, we're probably gonna die this turn actually, unless one of them buffs. It was a 24k crit. It would be 12k at neutral and 6k on an archer. An archer could take a hit though. You could 6k you can handle. Oh, we're still alive. Oh, oh no. Oh no. At first they were small braining, then they big brained. Oh my god. I can't cast invulnerability because I still have it. I thought that you think it was Mercy, but it's just trolling. Because yeah, if they'd attacked twice, my invulnerability could have worn off, right? And then I would cast this invulnerability, and then I would do Atlas and cast the other invulnerability again, and some of them would be dead, so they wouldn't attack 3 times anymore. So I might have won. I think I would have won if they'd attacked twice there. But because they only attacked once, now I got 1 invulnerability. I'm so fucked now. How dare they be smart? Okay, if I could do 80k right now, that would be great, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Don't worry, guys. We got damage cut. That'll save us. So close, man. Damn it. So that's actually really impressive. And here we go. I have a defense up. I think this is beatable by Achilles, though. This is where being like my JP Achilles would really help, because that one would have been dead. So we actually could have lived there potentially. All right, let's see if we can do this with Achilles here. Although shit, I don't have Achilles. I'm using someone else's, so I can't like change CEs and stuff, because that could really help. Well, I can change the MC. The thing is, Atlas is good if you go around, like if things had gone a little differently there, it would have been good, because casting it again when they're almost all dead is actually good. I'm trying to think. The other option is just doing more damage. Yeah, so I'm thinking what you would want CE-wise is either the evade one, like Sunlight, the 3-hit evade one, or a Guts CE. I'm thinking that would, one of those two probably is the best. Or just something with more damage, but let's try default. Invincible Greek hero defeated by tiny Nobus. Look, those are not normal Nobus, right? Like, that is some crazy... I'm not even kidding. If these were playable, you could copy-paste their stats so they're on your side, you would be able to shred, like, basically every challenge quest ever, right? Like, these things are ridiculous. Because if you get, like, Brave Chain with them and stuff, you're doing that kind of damage, it'd be nonsense. Because then you could buff them. Their base damage is that high, and you could buff them, right? You could give them attack up and all this nonsense. I need to kill one of them as fast as possible, so I'll go for the 168. Shut up, phone. George with his defense up, still taking 8k. Because you would use them when you're counterclassing. That's the thing. You wouldn't use them at neutral. You'd use them when you're fighting a Lancer or a Berserker, and their base damage is 24k, if not a bit more, right? And so then if you buff them, and then a player unit with 200,000 health, like, eat your heart out, Jekyll and Hyde, like, I probably should have invulnerability there, although I'm not going to be able to cast it again, so I guess it doesn't matter. So, I don't remember if this is in the anime or not, but they actually do have Achilles use his regular comet form in the APOC story. Because when he uses his comet form when he fights Atalante, but he's been shot in the heel at that point, so his speed is reduced by 70%. He's still way faster than she is, but, you know, it's a way dumbed down version. But he actually, if I remember correctly, he does use his comet form a little bit when fighting in the big battle, like, with all the golems and homunculus and stuff. If I remember correctly, he uses it there, but they don't really go into detail about it. But yeah, they didn't have him use the comet form too much, so unfortunate there. Let's see if we can do 133. That's happened one time where somebody Sansened and then hit Cairo, and we didn't even realize he was here. Not even close. I can kill it next turn, though. Just buff once. Fuck. 10k 10k at neutral, and I had a defense up. Yikes. We're dead here. To win you need Atlas. You absolutely need Atlas, and you need to get lucky. I'll probably give up with Achilles here because I need access to the craft essence to really like be able to change things. I need to be able to control the unit more. Well, we can see their NP animation. Yeah, Gut CE or the Sunlight one. I think the Sunlight one might actually be the way to go. The Sunlight with Atlas. Because if you have that lingering moment, evade and invulnerability, you know, stack, and then if the evade lingers, you could still cast the Mysticode invulnerability if you needed to. Their NP does less damage because it can't crit. Oh, Nino's here. I didn't even realize that. Excuse me. But their fucking NP does less. That's pretty funny. So basically, I think we'll win if they buff one time on that first turn you're vulnerable. I think the only thing I'm worried about, and this may be a huge problem, is man, I'm gonna always remember when I see this command code now. I'm always gonna remember this fight now. I never even realized because they're using katanas, right? Anyway, our damage might fall off so hard here. We might be screwed. We'll see. Necromancy. You can always win with that, but when you win with that, you're actually losing on several fronts. Which one do I go? I think I still go for this one. Getting rid of one ASAP is good. JP Herc with Necro, oh my god. If you get lucky, it could be really good, but you're not going to get that lucky. That's just the thing. Man, Achilles is so awesome, dude. I'm so glad I've got him, and I kept rolling on him every time he was rated up, so now he's like maximum Achilles. It's pretty great. I like what he's actually based on. I like his anime version. I like his abilities. He's not super wacky. He's green. It's all good. Good characterization. Cool powers. Carrot. Yeah. I forgot to cast the invulnerability on turn 2. I actually thought about casting it on turn 1, and I actively made the decision not to, which I think was the correct decision. But I need to cast it on. And I got decent cards, and now, you know, I'm not going to get decent cards at all. Hey look, it's an APOC Servant with an APOC CE. Ironically though, it's Chiron's Master, so I don't think that would go over very well. So Chiron in the second APOC book says Achilles is overpowered, which is accurate. Because so many people miss, because like, oh, but Chiron puts up such a good fight against Achilles. That's because Achilles is holding back like a motherfucker, right? He's not holding back with his skill when they fight at the end. You know, he's trying to use his skill as best he can, but he's not using his comet form. He's not using any of his other noble phantasms. You know, they're just fighting man to man, right? And Achilles still wins, right? And if Achilles doesn't hold back and he uses his shield, his comet form, his chariot, like it's a slaughter, right? It's not even close. Like the first time they fight, Chiron looks okay, and that's just because Achilles is literally dumbstruck that Chiron is there, right? So Achilles is like trying to not even murder Chiron, and he's like dumbstruck. And then meanwhile, Chiron is like tryharding and, you know, shooting the shit out of him. And then when they fight, you know, again, Achilles just holds back like crazy. Yeah, Chiron knows what's up. Chiron knows what's up. And yeah, because Chiron knows how to fight him better than anybody, but even with that, he's, you know, he lost, right? And he lost to an Achilles that was holding back. If Achilles wasn't holding back, you know, it would just be sad. I like how last time I got decent cards, and then now we get Georged. We get fucking Georged in the face. But the thing is, you know, even though there's a lot of like plot and circumstance and all this helping Chiron, most oh my fucking fuck. Anyway, most servants in the exact same scenarios as Chiron would still get absolutely, you know, crushed, right? So the fact that he does as well as he did is still really impressive. Sailor mouthy a little bit. I like how fuck the fucking fuckers is an actual sentence that makes sense. Like, you say literally nothing but the F-bomb, and that's actually a sentence that makes sense. By the way, my channel has been flagged to be not child appropriate. I wonder why. Like, how did that happen? A word I need to put into my vocabulary more is freaking. Freaking is so good. I don't care that it's not technically a curse word. Who gives a crap about that, right? It's such a fucking satisfying word, right? I gotta remember to like incorporate it into my vocabulary more because it's so worth it. Okay, not as good as of cards as we got before, but it's still passable. Don't want my child to learn Hanako Greed. It always works out though. Freaking is not that. Okay, first off, if a word makes you cringe, you need to reevaluate your priorities. That's gotta be the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. A word makes you cringe. Like, Jesus. That's ridiculous. Second of all, freaking is not just a like subversion of fuck. It's not. That's just wrong. So, you know, good luck with that one. Am I the only one that, like, there are things that are like, you know, cringe is almost like secondhand embarrassment, right? Like, that's essentially where that is rooted in. People don't use it that way a lot anymore. But, like, I feel like cringe is basically lost. No, it's freak. Like, hello? Anyway, cringe has almost completely lost its meaning because people use it all the time in ways that just don't make any fucking sense. Like, it's just, people are just saying, oh, it's so cringe all the time. It's like, it's just, that's dumb. I feel secondhand embarrassment for people that act that way. That's ridiculous. Anyway. Let us, dude, the origin of Old English stuff is wild, by the way. That's a whole thing. So I could use our third skill. I think I'm gonna do that because then it works better with Atlas. Because the sooner you use it, you know, the sooner it'll come back. And although I lose the battery for the next NP, we get the NP gain on the quick, right? Which that's not so bad. I'm very concerned though that because we switch CEs, our damage is just going to be poop. It's such a dumb thing to do, right? Instead of like actually articulating a reason why you like or dislike something or approve of this, approve of something, you're like, oh, it's so cringe, bro. Like, good job. Try expanding your vocabulary a little bit now. Okay, that's actually really good for us. You see, before that had been really bad, but because I think they doubled, or I wasn't paying attention at the start. I think they doubled, or did they just do the one? No, they doubled. So normally them doing two at once is really bad, but because we've got the evade, it doesn't really matter, and it's, if anything, it's good. Do I even... I'm trying to think if I bother to go for the single target damage with the crits here, or if I just go for the NP gain. I'm doing, like, no damage with my NP, though. If I'm gonna kill these, I'm gonna kill them with the crits. But that's a problem, because that's slow. And oh boy, can we not afford to be slow right now. I gotta do it, though. I mean, I think if I do art quick, it's just not enough. Well, would have really liked it if they had buffed one time on that one. So this turn is not as bad as you might think, though, because their NP is like not the threatening thing. So I think I don't use invulnerability yet. Or I Atlas and I put up... Yeah, I think I Atlas. This is risky, though, just because of the way the invulnerability stack, but I still have the one evade, so I think this is okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so this Nobu will die to my NP now, so I don't need to attack that one anymore. Don't worry, guys, I got damage cut. It's all good. Nothing gonna hurt us now. By the way, that damage cut command code can save Fujino in that the mine solo if she gets crit. So I saw this when I was messing around with that video. At the end, where their attack up is worn off, right? So the Super Nobus aren't doing insane damage anymore. If they crit Fujino, and she is just vanilla, she doesn't have any of the command codes, she hasn't healed, so she's just come back with guts, so she's at 1 health. She's got the damage cut, but you know, no more guts, and that's it. If she gets crit, the Nobu will do 400 damage to her, so she can almost face tank it. But then if you use the heal command code that she had, and then the damage cut one, even a crit will not kill her. So that's actually pretty awesome. 'Cause I thought if they crit her, at that point, even though their attack up was gone, I thought it was like hopeless, but it's actually not. You actually can survive a crit. You cannot, though, survive a double crit, because the Nobu gets 2 actions per turn. If the final Nobu just double crits you, you're done. Because the first one will eat the damage cut, and then the second one, although you have healed, you won't have even come close to it. Because you heal for like 200, and they hit for 400 with no damage cut. So you know, you'll have like 100 health left at best, and you're done. So yeah, I know the CE gave damage cut, but that's counting that. That's counting that. That was with that damage. So basically, with that damage cut CE and her damage cut skill, but nothing else, she would take about 400 damage from a Nobu if it crit her at the end without the attack buff. And so the 300 damage cut from the command code takes it down to 100, and the heal for 200 makes you positive 100, and you can take it. But if you get double crit, though, you're just done. Like you're out. And if you don't have the damage cut command cut or CE, you wouldn't be able to live anyway, right? Now you could in the rerun event, because the rerun event you could heal for 1,000 to actually 2,000, and then you could just face take it without any of the damage cut stuff. But that's not until later. So. Okay, well, this is looking pretty grim now. We're doing better than we did before, but if we can kill 2 of them before we can take damage, we might be able to live an extra turn, because these have 2 actions per turn. If we didn't remove those defense towns, so much death. I haven't killed that one yet. I can kill it now, but I need to put that... Okay, what do I do? Let's see. I need to put the damage into the one with more health. We almost can win here. We're so close. Oh, this sucks. So if I don't kill that one, they get 3 actions per turn, because they have 2 actions each, so they'll get 3. Because they can't have 4. And if I kill the one, they go down to 2, and that's the only way I could potentially live. But the only way I can win is if I crit right and take this one down and I NP next turn, and then I kill it. But if I hit this one, I am more likely to live, and I'll still get my NP, but then this one will have too much health, and I won't be able to kill it. So the only way I win this is if like this one needs to buff, because if this one crits me with the attack up, I think I'm dead. So I need to. I can only really afford to be attacked once, maybe twice. Probably just once though. At least I have the defense up though. I guess I damage cut here, and hope for the best. Because if I attack that low health one, I'm pretty much guaranteed to live if I kill the low health Nobu. But I've like screwed myself because I won't have enough damage, and I might not have enough damage anyway. It'll be really close. That's bad. It's over. Yeah, that's it. So close. Very close to winning that. So if you get, he can win if he gets lucky. You can probably win without luck though if you're like, you know, you're Bradicus, right? You're level 100, you're NP5, you're 2k foe, right? You got, if you're maximum Achilles, he could probably do that without RNG. But that's a pretty unreasonable expectation for a 5-star. So where he's at now, there's definitely some RNG there. Hey, Beastling. All right, who else do we want to give a shot to? I definitely want to keep it in the neutral area right now because that's fun. Let's look at my account. Can we have Hector, but he's got Ku's skills? Can we do that? That'd be good. Or just give Ku Hector's NP, I suppose. Man, I would love to use Karna, but wrong class. Yeah, no Archer, no Lancer, and no Berserker, I guess. Man, Arjuna would be so fun here. Why does he gotta be because although they kind of counter hard or soft survival, he has so much of it, he might be able to live an extra turn, like a bit more than you might expect. But hard survival is what you want here, big time. Amakusu could be interesting. He'll only take what, 6k damage, so that might be too good, but it's kind of that in between. It's kind of in between neutral and being an archer, so that could be all right. Let me just look at what other options are here. It's also just fun to use Amakusa. Shame we don't have his animation update. That's true, he has no survivability. That's a good point. He's actually probably worse off than actually. Because yeah, he doesn't have any hard survival at all. And right, he doesn't have his improved stun yet, does he? Yeah, I don't think he does. Cleo would be pretty fun here actually, but I think she'd need to be a higher NP rank than NP1. Oh, Tristan would be fun, but he's a goddamn archer. Not seeing too much on my support list here that has it's either too easy or it has just absolutely no chance. Yeah, Ongra. Oh boy, that's the one right there. If I could use my JP Gwaine, I'd do that. That's a good one. Let me look at my servants. I really wish I could use Ku, but sabers. I like so many lancers and archers. I guess it makes this kind of awkward. I like a lot of sabers too, though. Like saber, archer, lancer are generally my favorite stuff. I would say. Actually, I don't really like that many archers. It's really just like Billy. You know, Gilgamesh, and then like the budget ones like David and Robin and stuff. But when I think about gold archers, there's not that many. Atalante's pretty cool, but yeah, I don't think I off the top of my head, like my sorter list, I bet you my top 30 only has a couple archers in it, like, you know, Gilgamesh. It's a lot of saber lancer stuff, and then some berserkers and all that. I guess Hot Wheels is pretty awesome, but I just don't have him, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, Tesla's awesome. Yeah, I guess there are some archers, but I don't know. The thing is, that's still not that many. When I think of Lancer, I can think of so many of like those super top tier Lancers I really, really like. You know, like Ku, obviously, Ku, Proto-Ku, you know, Canis. I can think of so many Lancers that I like. Fionn, Dyrmid, right? So, and then a bunch of budget ones too, just like with Robin and David and all that. Yeah, there's Moriarty. Yeah, Moriarty, Tesla, Gilgamesh, Billy. I mean, yeah, there's stuff. I mean, there's plenty of archers I like, but I don't. If I suspect if I counted it, I think Saber and Lancer are ahead. And I know in my main account I have leveled way more Sabers than Lancers. Now, some of that is because I just haven't gotten some of the archers I would like to get. Right? I like Tristan, but I don't like super hype Tristan. Like I like Lancelot and Gwaine and Bedivere way better, and those are all Sabers. That's what I'm talking about. Like that's a good example, right? Literally right there. That's kind of like how it always is. Like yeah, Hot Wheels is good. Of course, Hot Wheels is good. I see a Finn. Okay, what am I looking at here? So, Mordred does not really have a chance. She has no hard survival. That's just, she'll do a bunch of fancy damage and then die, right? So that's not gonna work. I wonder if Hurt could, yeah, Hurt, of course Hurt could work here. Even though he's single target, that he could have no problem. Arash would actually be, Arash would be the one archer that I'd be okay with. Maybe some archers that had 0 survivability might be kind of fun, but for the most part, if you're taking half damage and you have hard survival, or you know, like David, you know, it's not really going to be that interesting. Unless David wasn't grailed, I guess maybe that'd be something. Oh yeah, I was saying Nobu might be kind of fun, but they got event bonus, so that's not a thing. Also, Ari, I like how you're dead. Friends list is, there we go. Yeah, Amakus is about the only ruler I'd want to use here because he doesn't have hard survival. Well, actually, now I think, I guess a lot of rulers don't have hard survival now that I think about it. Let me think, let's see. So, Joan of Arc obviously has some, but she would actually be bad here because she has no damage, but that's different. Let's see. What are why am I forgetting all the rulers? Martha doesn't have any. Oh yeah, Luvia. Luvia doesn't have it. Yeah, I guess they don't give it to rulers too often, and I guess it's because of the way their class works. It's probably fair enough, right? They are kind of broken if they're too tanky, I guess. I'm thinking he wants default. I wonder how much crit down you need here not to get crit. It looks like they have exactly 100% crit. So if you did 20%, you go down to 80. It's pretty nasty. So you need to be pretty extreme with the crit down. There's a chance that they have 200% crit up, but the way it's worded, I suspect it's 100%. I think they get exactly 100% crit. However, I guess they have an inherent crit chance. Like, if they literally just typed in 100% crit on this, then they might have like 120 or 110 or 150, or, you know, whatever the fuck. If it was only one of them, I think 100 Face could handle it then, because, you know, 100 Face does 50 each time. So in 2 NPs, it's 100% crit down. Now, I don't think Mothman would be fun here because he's a ruler and he has hard survival, so... Although it would take him, I will say, it would take him a spell because he's not exactly a fast unit, and the enemies have really low hit counts. So if they're, it's not really. Fuck this hand, by the way. Yeah, maybe we do try that. Mothman's normally pretty boring, where he either can't beat it at all or he beats it so easily, who cares? But this is kind of a weird middle ground where, like, there's things against him where they don't have a high hit count and they do really consistent damage. But Ruler really is good here. Like, Ruler is super good here, and he has hard survival, and hard survival is OP as fuck here. Yeah, so there's so many things I want to try here, but they're all fucking Lancers or Archers. Really bad hands today. Let's see. Does he have the Buster up on this at least? Okay, at least we have that. Wait, we can't actually stun them right now, because only works on servants. I don't know why I'm going for the high HP one. I feel like I'm doing that wrong. This better do so much damage, otherwise we're fucked. No, we have not tried Choco Jana. That's a good idea. That's neutral. I could see her being able to do this. Because Achilles was so close there, I could see her doing it. I think her toolkit is a bit more appropriate for this. I will say, that is respectable damage, actually, compared to what we were doing earlier. Like, that's not bad. We are so lucky right now. What the fuck? Literally, if that turn had happened to Achilles, he would have won. 100, absolutely. That was a free turn right there. If that had happened to Achilles, he would have won. God damn it. Okay, I think I evade right now because next turn they actually do like the least damage they're ever gonna do. And Ruler will really come in handy when they do their NP. Like, that'll actually really help us. Can I get away with killing this one with just NPs over time? I actually don't want to kill that one because then they double NP and attack, and I don't want them to do that. Yeah, their weakest attack is their NP. It's kind of funny how that works here. Rather unique. Eri, I miss his costume. Okay, maybe the crit down will somehow save us, but the first crit down will wear off, actually, I think. Okay, if this doesn't kill, I'm gonna need to finish it off. Wait, no, I don't want either of these dying right now. Like, that's how we throw, is if we kill those. Moth. You know, I don't really like Mothman at all, but I do like his voice actor. His voice actor does a good job. Shame we can't remove... We remove the attack up, but we can't remove the crit. Okay, very good I switched targets. If I'd killed that one, we might have actually killed ourselves there. Yeah, see, that we can handle. That's no problem. Defense down ramp up, though. Okay, that last one did quite a bit more. Although, look, that one's level 55. So not only did it have double defense down to boost it, but it's clearly got a higher attack stat. That's interesting. It's 42, 45, and 55. Oh, fuck. I might need to bring Atlas. As nice as the attack up is, I have triple defense down right now. That's not ideal. This shows, though, look at how much easier this is as a ruler. Like, this is so much easier for a ruler. Because let's be real, I mean, for the direct toolkit for the stage, Achilles' toolkit is much better than Amakusa's. But, I mean, a ruler is so much better here. That makes me think Mothman is definitely going to win. Wait, did they just not crit? Did our crit down actually work? How big is his crit down? I mean, I'm Googling this. And of course it takes a lot longer than normal because the new wiki is stupid. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. It's 30. Because normally they're 20. Yeah, it's 30, so it's a bit bigger. I think he's got this. I definitely think Mothman's gonna win then, because, I mean, no offense to Amakusa, but he's not exactly an amazing solo unit. He's not trash, of course he's not trash, but he's nothing special. Okay, we'll do Chaco Jano though and Mothman and see how that goes. Yeah, we'll yeet the app. I want to make sure he can kill this though this turn, because there's a chance he would die next turn. Not super likely, but it could happen. Crit down, critical miss thing doesn't always show. From my experience. It's kind of weird. Oh crap, they're both still alive, I think. Unless he does the debuff before. Some units do that. Okay, no. Yeah, they're... No, okay, no, the back one was dead. It was weird that it showed it that way, so he's won. It could be, though, their crit chance is not quite 100%, but they crit Achilles every single time they attacked him, so it seems to be 100. But it could be like 80 or something. And if it is 80, that would mean a 30% crit down would actually affect them quite a bit. That would explain what we saw there. So it could be 80. That could totally be the case. And Achilles is just unlucky as fuck. Removes buffs before damage. Yeah, that's like the reason he's annoying as hell in challenge quests. I thought I saw the crit down on the back one though, but I may be crazy. So that's not the right account, by the way. How about that Lost Belt 6 though? That's not actually out. Just grab my free stuff here. Man, my SQ has dropped so much. Yang CE really did not do me any favors, like at all. I'm glad I got it because the Yang CE gives you the option to take your favorite servant to their absolute best. That's why I really just couldn't not get it. But, man, it took a lot more SQ than I would have liked. Yeah, of course, I mean, of course, any archer is going to be too easy, and of course Joan of Arc one would be, like, way too easy. She has hard survival, she's AoE. Like, I mean, almost every archer in the game can beat this. The enemies just don't have enough health, even if they hit hard, right? It's like you're going to kill them in the blink of an eye. The only archers I can think of that'd be kind of interesting are, like, the low star ones that don't have much survivability and stuff. But, like, even Rice Man, it's going to be fucking easy. I have a feeling we're gonna want a different CE than that, but we shall see. Definitely Atlas, I think. We're not gonna want those defense downs. Freaking Trap Face over there with his NP gain from being attacked. Like, what a joke. I like how Guadia, normally Guadia just gives you so much NP when he attacks you, right? Like, you can go from 0 to 100. Not Trap Face, though. Not even close. Okay. God, I hate soloing with Mothman. So boring. I do like the like Mercury kind of looking stuff though. It's kind of cool. And again, his voice actor is good. So I don't think I really ever want to use our first skill. Like their NP, literally them building up their NP is good for you, right? Like it's helpful. So I don't really see any reason to do that. We just do this number. That's true, I guess you could do it when they're at 0 charge for the defense down. A little bit of help. Okay. No reason to stun, no reason to heal yet. I honestly might just use our third skill to get a second NP and not care about the heal. We'll see though. Healing is a lot more useful when you're taking half damage, and rulers are almost always taking half damage. So. That's a pretty funny animation right there, though. One thing I find funny about Mothman is like he takes himself pretty seriously, and you know thinks this is like the best form ever, and so on and so forth. But he looks ridiculous, right? He's like he thinks he looks like the best thing that's ever existed, and he's the the bee's knees and everything, and but he looks fucking ridiculous, right? Right? Like he looks absolutely insane. Alright, well, our NP is important, but we actually can't quite loop. We almost can loop. If they had a higher hit count, we could. But I think I'll will grab the heal, I think. This means I can actually make stars. Yeah, his design is just way too whack for me. I just don't really like his character that much. Like, I like his voice actor just fine, but I just don't really care for his character, then I really don't like the design. It's not my least favorite design in the game, I'll say that, but it's up there. It's really not, I think everyone knows this by now. I generally don't like designs like this, right? Like these really, that was not the luckiest thing. What? Excuse me, what? So I could have you cast the Mystic Code there, then done my NP again, and then done the battery, and then potentially done it again, right? And then they, probably because they would have NP'd, which might give us more NP again. I don't remember what the hit count was, but that was not the luckiest thing I've ever seen happen. Amakusa's laughing now. I like the person telling me like they have a really high crit rate when I've literally been doing this stage this entire time. Like, what is wrong with you, Jesus Christ? Like, wow, no, it's not like I haven't literally said the same thing like 10 times this stream or anything. Also, I don't think they do have 100% crit rate. I think they actually have like 80 or 90 or something is what it seems like. But God, every stream, man. Anyway, let's go Choco John. I think you probably can do that with Mothman, but I think you're gonna need a different craft essence, and just a whole fucking shtick with the RNG there. But what I was referring to with the RNG was the fact that none of them buffed, and that the high rolled on their crits there, because that was a bit higher than what we normally see. And for like literally like 3 turns straight there, none of them ever buffed. Do I have? Wait. It's in my all-star. I don't even know who I get so confused when I use Beastly stuff on NA because I'm so used to his JP stuff. But I don't even know if I have you on NA. I don't know if you have ult accounts. If you do have ult, okay, I'm assuming that's that one. But okay, I guess Atlas. This is gonna be tough for her. Achilles got so close though that I think it might be possible. The issue is she literally has to heal all the way to full for it to mean anything. So that's gonna be the problem. If anything, maybe it's more. Maybe Achilles' performance is more impressive than I was thinking. And also, Achilles was, if 100%, if Achilles was upgraded as she is, he would have won, right? Like if he absolutely would have won at level 100 and all that, not all that stuff. So. Oh my God, the hands are always like this today. I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised Amakusa did as well as he did. I mean, I knew Ruler was gonna be really good here, and it was, but I'm surprised he did that well, actually. Oh, that's right, she has crit down. That will be useful. It'd be nice if she could get starting NP, right, from like her cards. That would be great. But Amakusa won there pretty handily. Like I doubt he'd have a 100% win rate. Some things could have gone wrong there, and he got that one turn where they buffed a lot. So Amakusa does not have a 100% win rate here. Like no way. But he probably's like probably 50% or so, which I'd say is pretty good, all things considered. He just hit a lot harder than I was thinking he would at neutral. I don't know why I've been attacking this one. I'm not. Well, we'll just stick with it. Fuck it. Yeah, you're right, Beastly. Thankfully, we got a good second hand here, but our first hand was so bad. Actually, isn't it if you have 60% starting NP and then you have the 2 CEs from Da Vinci? I think yeah, that's 100, right? Because they're 20, 20, and 60, so that's 100. That's really nice. I have like no 60% starting in PCE, so I never get to experience that. Also on JP, I don't have two of the Da Vinci on Death CE. I do on NA though, but that's like the only time I get to experience that, right? So it's kind of nice. So normally you get down to 0 health and then you cast her Invulnerability. That's like overwhelmingly how you normally play her for the long term. In short term fights you don't do that, but in long term fights you do. I'm thinking we don't. I don't know. Oh, I'm so skeptical about this. I have no faith in either play. I feel completely 50-50 about this, the more I'm thinking about this. I feel almost exactly 50-50 if I should do just Guts, you know, wait for Guts to proc, then do Invulnerability, heal back up, versus casting them both at the same time. Normally you do just the Guts, like, but they hit so hard, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get back to full health. Like, I could cast the Invulnerability right after Guts, and that's fine, but let's see. If I just cast Guts, they'll probably proc Guts that turn. At most 1 turn later. But they'll probably... No, yeah, they'll do it. They'll do it that turn. This is tricky. Oh, excuse me, the music is dead. That's better. Okay. This is tough. Let's try casting everything first. And if this goes south, we'll try it the other way. Oh, we don't have the heal command code yet. When is that added again? Like, it's the Joan of Arc one. Is it summer? Because Joan of Arc was in summer. I wonder if they did it then. Christmas, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Saint and all that. And it was regular Joan of Arc, not the summer one, so I guess that makes sense. That's surprisingly good damage, all things considered. That is not lucky at all. That was so not lucky. If I was almost any other servant, that would have been good, but that sucks. Because literally, that was so meta of them, because they couldn't have hurt us that turn anyway, and so now they do attack up so they do more damage later. At least we can remove the attack buff, but I can't actually NP right now, so... the only way they could have been more meta is if they triple buffed. I can probably kill one here. That's pretty fast, I gotta say. I like your stand-in here, the BB slot machine. She has really good animations for a 4-star, by the way. So, they didn't crit at the start there. That really makes me think they have like an 80% crit chance. So then a 20 or 30% crit down actually gives you an okay chance of not getting. That was really lucky though, that we didn't die there. The guts didn't go off. Let's see, her crit down, I'm guessing is 20%. Yeah, it's 20. So I'm guessing they have like an 80, 85, somewhere in there. It just seems unlikely that crit down would be getting is because every time we use crit down, it's actually gotten us a few non-crits, not necessarily loads, but that was so fucking lucky though. We might be able to win from that. Yeah, it's good we didn't die. Like if Guts was gonna wear off that turn, then it wouldn't have mattered, but Guts actually lingered still, so that was good. Yeah, if you ever NP1, you use her more as a support, right? Because she buffs the team a lot. She gives them attack up, crit up, star gen up. She can give the invulnerability and the heal and the damage cut to someone else. And honestly, I cannot believe people don't talk about that aspect of her more. I hope I did in my fucking tier list video. I might not have, because I'm an idiot. But there's a lot of times you've got like that MVP DPS in your team that's really important. And the boss might not even be a Lancer, so she's not going to be that effective necessarily, but she'll give them attack up, crit up, star gen up, and she'll give them that, not all that crazy healing damage cut bullshit we do with her all the time. She can give that to somebody else, right? That's crazy. Like, that's super good. Like, she can literally protect an MVP unit so well. I mean, so fucking well. Like, the fact that her second skill is targetable is just nuts. Okay, I have to cast invulnerability here. I think she's gonna win. I think she's got this. Cause yeah, we have invulnerability now, and I recast invulnerability, then I recast Guts. She might have lost though. If I need an extra turn, like if Guts had gone off that turn sooner, I would have already cast the invulnerability, right? So we'd have this one wonky turn. So to do it consistently, she almost needs to have an extra turn of wiggle room at the end here. We'll see. You might be able to compensate for that though, because we could bring a different CE to have more survivability and had better luck on getting NP gain at the start. So it is possible you could make up for that, but not necessarily. I'm not going to do my attack up just yet. Although I've got crits. No, I'm doing it then. Even though I probably won't land the other buffs, I'll just take the attack up. I can kill that one, but I don't think I need to. Anyone else we want to test, chat? Because I gotta say, this stage is actually... I might make a video for this stage. At neutral, this is harder than a lot of the other ones. This might be good at neutral. I'm just not sure who I'd want to use in it. They could try Trap Face, but are you on NA, Poi Poi? I'm not. His NP gain might be the end of him here. I have a feeling. I know all kinds of units I could make a video for if it was if it was JP, because I have the units, but on NA my options are more limited. I could do Choco Jana just because I don't actually have very many videos for her, and this is pretty impressive that she can do this. I'll see. Yeah, I'll probably hold on to this stage then. It might be worth making a video for. It's not too bad. Oh, here, I gotta do one right there. Yeah, she had a pretty good performance there, I would say. I wouldn't fear it. I think he might be able to do it, but I think the RNG would just be a bit much. I don't know, there might be a different CE that he could use that might actually... Because it won't take him that many turns to kill them, though. That's the thing. He can kill them at a decent rate, so he doesn't need that much extra, like, survivability. Yeah, Kuretsugu doesn't have a chance in hell. He's single target, neutral, has no hard survival. Like, he's, like, terrible for this. He could be good in a team, though, because if you use someone's evade, you don't want them, like, not attacking the one that doesn't have evade, right? And you could just taunt that one, so he's useful in a team there, but if you're doing a team, you're just gonna bring an AoE archer and blow them all up in one turn. I mean, like, for real, that's what you're gonna do. I don't think Hunterface could do it because she can't spread out her crit down. Her crit down is so much... She has, like, the largest crit down in the entire game, I'm pretty sure. And so she really would not get crit by these, but there's 3 of them, so it'd be a huge problem. And then the one that would die first is the one that she put a bunch of crit downs on, right? So it doesn't really line up for her. If you could combine these Nobus into one super Nobu, right? So it was like a, 600k Saber with the same gimmick, then Hunterface could probably do it, because you actually get value out of your crit down. But because they're spread out amongst 3, I don't. It seems pretty terrible for her. Well, we got Amakusa and Choco Jana, and Achilles can do it, but you need rather good RNG, unless he's more upgraded. I really think Achilles could do this without much RNG if he was more upgraded. Now, Fujino could do this really easy because she's counterclassing. That would just be sad. Nobukatsu is in FP Summon. But no, the thing is, Nobukatsu is in FP Summon, but only for a while, right? He's limited, as weird as that is. Do you think Zerkalot could kill the enemies before he dies? Probably. Especially in a team. In a team, you would one-turn them. Do we even have a Zerkalot? I have him myself on JP, but I don't think I don't on it. I might actually have Zerkalot on NA, but I probably didn't level him because I'd leveled him on JP. Well, there's that one. Can we get a different CE? Like, 50% one? I want to look real quick if I have. I bet you I've just been spooked by him. I have fucking some... I don't even want to know. I don't care. Fuck it. This stupid ass fucking SSRs all the time. Like a magnet for the... Yep, I figured. It's not, he's in the game for really early on, so... Do I even have IC? I mean, yours is NP5 10 10 10, so it's pretty good. Look, chat. Look, when you have to deal with this fucking support list, you take what you can get, okay? I hit the refresh button and I don't see another Lancelot for 9 years, right? Don't give me this nonsense. And then Phantom there with fucking NP5. Is IC JP Phantom? I don't think so. Cause I see this person in chat, so I think they're just like it's my time. I've seen this name in my chat several times. For God's sakes, I'm pretty sure they're subscribed to me. A great streamer, by the way. Can't remember all my subs. Really good. Really good. But we'll see if Icy's on here. But I mean, like that's literally maximum. Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. I've seen you. You just don't talk much. But yeah, I've seen you. At maximum, a Zerkalot here. And I have not seen Icy this entire time. And then now Cairo's gonna come in here and say you're blind. Ha ha ha. You got bad eyesight. It's so funny, guys. Gotta spend hundreds of dollars every year on eye shit. It's so funny. Am I the only one that feels like it's bullshit, right? Like, it's RNG if you have good eyesight or not, right? Like, my brother has extremely good eyesight. And I have garbage, right? I'm not exaggerating. I'm farsighted in one eye. I'm short-sighted in the other eye. That eye is also a lazy eye, and I have astigma in both of my eyes, right? It's just nonsense. And then my brother, I'm not kidding, has better than 20/20 eyesight. Like, what the fuck is that, right? But what I'm getting at is it's just RNG, right? If you're born with bad eyesight, you have to spend more money, right? Right, like the worse your eyesight is, the more money you have to spend on it, right? So you get double fucked, right? You get fucked once, but you low roll. you get fucked once on just having bad eyesight, and then you get fucked again because now you have to spend more money on it, right? It's so nonsense. I'm not a fan of this. Obviously, there are worse, there are worse things. You can be born blind entirely, right? You can be born without an arm, right? All kinds of things that can be way worse. But it's just kind of annoying that you can so easily get double, because some disabilities, you will be covered by the government and stuff depending on where you live, right? But eyesight stuff never is, even though it's completely outside of your control. But it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you can be born deaf. I mean, you could basically be, born with a terminal disease, which that is just the fucking worst. I mean, I don't really get any worse than that. Sadly, you can't re-roll for better eyes. You might eventually. Like, technologies, they're already getting to the point where they're starting to be able to do some pretty crazy things with cybernetics for like hands and arms and legs and stuff. And they're definitely getting in the realm with like cybernetics for eyes. So give it like 50, 60 years. Wouldn't surprise me if you can just get robot eyes and be able to see things. Probably after my time, but kids are gonna have a great time, right? Assuming the world's not on fire by then. Yeah, you can be born allergic to shit, and it's great, man. Fucking rolling the dice with your genetics. What are you gonna do about it, though? My Zerkolot was in the all slot. That would explain a few things. What is your Zerkolot, though? Like what? What's the CE? What's the level? How Zerkolotted are you? Level 100 2K foe. I mean, what NP ranks on? Because I don't know if this one's 2K foe or not. I want to know who's got the the biggest Berserker lot around. I've never grailed Berserker lot, just Saber lot. I prefer Sanity in his case because it's closer to the legend, and he's badass because he is skilled, and he's an honorable knight and all that stuff, right? So Icy's got the one up there because Phantom's got 1K foe, Icy's got 2K foe. So then it's up to what's the NP rank? Oh wow, so Icy actually does beat Phantom. How about that? How do I not have my fucking NP right now? And that's important because what you need to have happen is you need to NP then crit, right? But now I have to wait, and so when my crits are up, I'm probably going to be dead. So my best bet here is somehow getting... That's so fucking stupid. God damn it. We gotta like, what's the plan? I guess I need to try to kill this 151 guy. Somehow. I don't know how that's gonna work. He does not want Atlas though. No way we want Atlas. We want like default or something. Is that Skittle? Does that say Skittle? Am I crazy? Thank you for Twitch Prime sub though. Skittles, by the way, are better than M&Ms. I don't eat either of them very often, but I would just Skittles are absolutely better than M&Ms. No, it's right away. Hard to disagree on that. Now I get it. A lot of people love their chocolate. I get that. I'm not the biggest chocolate guy, so it's not a surprise I'm not big on M&Ms. But I can recognize for people that like chocolate why M&Ms are really high on the tier list. I get it, right? Because they are pretty good, right? I'm not even huge on chocolate, but I'm like, these aren't half bad, right? So I can see why they're high tier for a lot of people. But sour Sour stuff is where it's at. And you got like sour Skittles, man, right? You got sour Skittles. That shit is incredible, right? Paul, I bet you chocolate's gonna win this. We'll see. Chocolate's pretty popular, but we'll see. No, it's pretty close right now. It's back and forth. All right, chat. This is an important poll. None of this lurking in chat, guy. You get in there and vote. You got Skittles versus M&Ms here. Let's go. But yeah, for me, sour Skittles are just for that kind of candy or whatever you call them, right? That's the good shit, right? Wow, Skittles are actually pulling ahead a bit right now. It's still really close to. Oh no, it's M&M's coming back there. Oh shit. Oh my god, look how competitive this is. Let's go, Skittle Bros. Skittle Bros. We gotta vote here. None of that no voting stuff. We still have like half a chat that hasn't voted. None of this. Gotta get in here. This is so much more important than like fate stuff. Clearly, we gotta have Skittles versus M&Ms. We need data. This is so close. Look at this. This is so close. It's 50 to 55. Be the difference, chat. And 51 to 55. 52 to 56. It's so close. This is ridiculous. I'm so rooting for Skittles though, you have no idea. I'm so in the Skittles camp here. Oh my god, they're almost tied again. 54 to 56. 54 to 57. Come on, chat. You got like 20 seconds left, chat. No, none of this. Oh, Eminem's taking the lead. Those fuckers. Those fucks. Jesus, don't give up. Come on, Skittles. We gotta get some votes here. We haven't had any votes for a while. We had the lead this whole time. Skittles had the lead this whole time. We had 10 seconds left, chat. What are we doing here? No votes for Skittles. This is bullshit. There we go. Here's some votes for Skittles. Come on, we gotta the last second. This is so tense. It's 63 to 62. We have seconds. Somebody vote. God damn it. M&M's wins by 1 vote. Fuck you guys. Fuck these M&M's nerds. They won by 1 vote. 1 fucking vote. Skittles was in the lead for 99% of the race. Like 95. Like 90 to 95% of the race. And they trip on their fucking shoelaces. And then M&M's just walks in here like they own the place. I demand a recount. I feel betrayed by chat, indeed. Feels bad, man. Oh, that's incredible. Now it's official. M&M's are better than Skittles. Bullshit. Bullshit. We should do this like yearly. We should have a yearly Skittles versus M&M thing. Like do it on the anniversary of FGO. We'll do it then. Alright, let's see here. Well, unfortunately, we're never gonna live to see our big, juicy, crit turn, because, okay, I'm just restarting. We have the wrong Mystic Code, and we didn't get our NP in time. So, that's a reset right there. I hopped from work quickly to just vote M&M. You fuck, you go back to work. If he didn't do that, they would have tied. Look at this guy. God, that's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. Alright. So, I have less Yggdrasil seeds, but let's be real, Void Dust is way more important. Like, it's just not that hard to get Yggdrasil seeds. Void Dust is bullshit. Time to go to work. Good luck, man. Hope it goes well. I approve of the Mori. Okay, we're gonna need a different. You haven't logged in 30 minutes. What the fuck? You're over here telling me it's the same shit with your stupid name. You're over here telling me to use your Zerk a lot, and you haven't logged in at over half an hour. What are we doing here? The fact that I can even see you right now is a miracle, by the way, right? He was on the list 3 times. You know, it's probably because I haven't summoned him. Have you noticed when you like skip out on somebody for a long time, it kind of like shoves them in there? It's probably why. Jesus, though. But yeah, can we get a like Golden Sumo or you know, Knights of whatever the fuck, you know, 4 Hot Men. It's just easier to call it 4 Hot Men. You know, Drunken Jolter, you know, one of those, because he should be able to get his NP in time. If we don't get super wrecked. K-Scope is very good for him though in farming, obviously. I actually really like. I kind of disagree with Cairo. Cairo is like Berserker Lot so bad needs buff. Now I get it, and this part I do agree with. Berserker Lot skills aren't very fun because his second skill doesn't really even do anything, right? That's not fun. It's like Sanson's skills aren't fun, right? That sucks. But Berserker Lot is still really good, and he's kind of always been good. Being able to do a giant ass AOE into a big ass crit turn is good. He has a mix of AOE and single target damage, and he keeps the attack up from his NP, and it's before NP damage. That's very good, right? So you clear a trash wave out on like farming, or like you break some health bars. A lot of times the first health bar is lower in AOE fights, right? And then you mega crit the really dangerous one after the break bar and kill it. Or then you kill the boss in a farming stage or something. Like, he's still really applicable for both farming and for challenge quests. Because, again, you got all those stages where you fight, like, 2-1-1 or 3-1-2 and shit like that. He can be really good in those, where you NP kill something, then crit the other one. Because his crit damage is massive. He's got a huge crit buff. He's got that attack up from his NP. He's got a good stat spread. He's good, right? And he always makes enough stars to crit. And then if you're working with... And he's like Atalante a lot of the time. Where what you can do is... You can crit with his Star Absorb skill when you have like 30 stars or something, and then you can use your NP and have enough stars to crit without the Star Absorb skill. Now it is unfortunate that his Star Absorb's not higher, right? They really should make his Star Absorb higher. That way he should be able to crit when his skill is up, when you have like 20 stars, pretty easily, right? And it's kind of, iffy, which is kind of annoying. So it's not like he couldn't be buffed. I think they could buff Berserker a lot. And certainly it would be more fun if they did, but I think his gameplay is still... I really enjoy trying to set up a good time to AoE and be able to have a good crit turn after it and not have it like go to waste and stuff. I think his gameplay is actually pretty fun, and I mean, he crits so hard after that big NP. If he didn't have the attack up before NP damage, I think he'd be kind of disappointing, but because he has that, I think he's in pretty good shape. Icy, you're killing me right now. I want PFA on his second skill. I don't think that sounds particularly fair. Protection of fairies? Yeah, that doesn't sound balanced at all. A berserker with PFA, right? And let alone a good berserker, right? If you think he needs a buff or not, it's like he is a pretty good unit, one way or the other, right? And yeah, that'd be nonsense. I see. You gotta work with me here. Give me a CE here. We're going on 40 minutes, man. The thing is, Ku Alter has a worse protection from arrows, and Ku Alter's not AoE, right? And he doesn't have massive crits either. Ku Alter doesn't do anything but live. That's why it's like, it's not balanced, of course not, but that's my point. Look at how good Ku Alter is, and all he has is the survival. And he doesn't have attack up on his NP and all this other shit, right? He doesn't have a big crit buff, any of that nonsense. So if you give Lancelot survivability close to Ku Alter's, and then he has all this damage. That's absurd. I am loading. Okay, I can relate to that. I think we all can relate to loading screen hell. That's true. He does have it on the defense up. I thought he only had defense up on his NP. I haven't used Ku Alter in a while. Let me look here. I'm out of my mind here. He's got the crit down, which that's always nice utility, but. Let's see, I know he had defense up. No, yeah, he does have attack up on his NP. So, for one turn. I don't know why I forgot that. That helps make up for the fact that he doesn't have an upgraded NP. Still, though, he doesn't have... I mean, his damage is nothing like, Lancelot's. Because Lancelot's got the attack up, the crit up, and then the Star Absorb, so you can get a crits on, 2 turns potentially. And also just AoE is really good the way he works. Although Ku Alter I think has the higher madness enhancement, and that does kind of add up. No joke though, protection of the fairies, is shit, right? Like it's not that good. But Berserker Lot's attack up lasts 3 turns, and so if you're working with like any K scope or Scatty waver, whatever, I mean you can do K scope double waver for God's sakes. You can ramp it, right? And you have more and more attack up, and it lingers into the crits, even if the crits are on the next turn, right? That's good shit, man. Like, it's nice. But I do get it. It's not like I think Cairo's view is completely wrong. I get what he's saying, right? Protection of Fairies is kind of killjoy, and, there's a lot of other fancier shit out there these days, so it'd be nice if it was more interesting. Because it's like his favorite servant, right? He's I don't know his absolute favorite, but it's probably Hans. But He's a huge fan of Lancelot, and I am too. Lancelot's awesome, and he's got the cool helmet and everything, right? But I think he's still really good, and I still really enjoy using him. Like, I really like using my Berserk a lot when I'm messing about. Because I think if they super buff him, I think that's just going to be nonsense, right? I think that's like too much. Shame that we're not fighting dragons right now. By the way, that's lore accurate. I want to know, did you do that because of that, or was this for something specific? Because this is something people forget. Lancelot in lore actually does bonus damage to enemies that have dragon trait. He does more damage like Artoria, which is part of why he's beating her ass in Fate Zero. He just naturally, it's not a skill he has or anything, it's just something it's like how Ku naturally does bonus damage to monsters. Because Lancelot in his Legends slew some dragons and shit, he just does bonus damage to dragons. Yeah, it's because they don't ever mention it in the story. It's just in his character material book and stuff. I think it's in his Fate Zero character material book. They mention that, you know, he does better against Artoria because he has an inherent bonus against dragons because he slayed dragons in his Legends. So yeah, it's a definitely niche thing that I think a lot of people don't know. But that's cool. It's for Richard. Right. Yeah, we can do that later. I might wait for GUDAGUDA to calm down because there's no time gate. But yeah, we'll do some Richard stuff because we got him on in A as well. All right, we'll do default here. It's because a lot of the earlier, they don't really do this anymore. But a lot of the earlier servants from, like, you know, APOC, Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, that's the early stuff. They would give them abilities that weren't like on paper, right? They were on paper in like the character material book, but they weren't like a skill. They weren't like an NP or a skill or anything like that. They were just like in the cliff notes. So it's like, oh yeah, this servant just does this thing, right? And they don't really do that anymore. Normally now, if they want them to do something crazy like bonus damage to dragons or monsters or whatever, they'll normally incorporate it into a skill text. That way, I guess, so it's more attention is brought to it or something. I don't know what the logic is behind it. Fucking trying to get Lancelot's NP, got literally 40% NP charge from our servants dying, and we're having trouble getting it because we keep getting Leo Georged. Yeah, I wish so much that they would I wish they did passives like that to represent stuff like that better. Like, Ku should just, you know, do 10% more damage to monsters. Now, I think if it was more like it was in lore... Oh, fuck this game. Oh my god. Anyway, if it was like it was in lore, it'd probably be too good, but you could at least represent it a little bit. You know, give him like a 5%, 10% bonus damage to dragons. For Lancelot, give, you know, 5-10% bonus damage to Ku to monsters. And there's a lot of other passives out there that are missing that they even have as a skill. There's a lot of servants that have skills that are not in FGO that they could have made passives, and they've done that a bit more recently. They've gotten a bit more liberal with their passives lately, in the last like 2 years maybe. But they don't retroactively add them. Like, they never retroactively add passives to old servants, even ones that are missing passives that they have canonically. They don't go back and add them to them. But when they make new servants, they do better with the passives. That's really obnoxious to me. How have I been streaming for 5 hours? I legitimately did not think I'd been streaming for 5 hours. It is tomorrow. It is fucking tomorrow right now. Okay, there's a hand. Yep, Karna should have a defense up. Now, obviously in FGO, the lore smacked him, and he's not as powerful as he normally is, and his armor doesn't work like it normally does, but his armor is still there and it still does stuff. So they could have given again, it can be something shitty. You know, it doesn't have to be 50% defense up, right? They could just do 10% or something. And yeah, you can have it be removed. Yeah, give him a passive where he has a defense up all the time for 10% or something, and you lose it when you NP. That'd be really cool. Although that would conflict with what they did in FGO. They changed Karna for FGO specifically, and they make it clear that they didn't retcon it. They say it's only in FGO. It's only in the Chaldea summon. Karna's armor is not as strong as it normally is, and his NP is not as strong as it normally is, but his armor comes back after NPing. I remember people were saying they retconned Karna because of that, but no, they didn't. They make it clear that that's not how he normally is. It's just a Chaldea thing. Okay, we get our NP no matter what. That's a good feeling. And yeah, they're cowards. Yeah, absolutely cowards. I wish they would do stuff like that, because you can balance it. You absolutely can balance it, and that kind of flavor and stuff would just be awesome. Alright. I'm not sure we even need... Do we even... I don't know if we even need our second skill right now. I mean, it lasts 3 turns, so I mean, fuck it. Definitely do that. Sometimes you would save it for the crits, but it's an AoE situation, so... Okay. I don't know. I wasn't like, this turn there's a lot of different ways to play it, so I'm hoping that 60% crits. Now I'm gonna save third skill for next turn. I thought about it because you might crit this turn and kill 2 of them this turn, which would be really good, but I don't know, maybe that would have been right because, no, never mind, he got it. Oh wow, he fucking wrecked this. Although I will say, I think a lot of Berserkers would beat this stage just because, you know, you can kill them so much faster. That is impressive though, yeah, this thing's fucked. This thing's so fucked. Because we got all those stars, we now have the crit up, and we still have the attack up. This is what I'm talking about. Now we have an attack buff and a crit buff from our NP. Like, I love his gameplay, man. It's awesome. And we can triple buster, so yeah, I'll put it in slow-mo because I want to zeet the app. We gotta show this damage. I mean, come on now. We gotta do this. And he's got the cool animations. Fucking sniper rifle. Fucking anti-material rifle. 75k crit. Oh, that's great. Okay, we'll do one more. I was gonna wrap up there, but we'll do one more. It's hard to say no to the Pog B. I mean, how can you say no to that face? We gotta abort. Alright, but this is the last one because I can't believe it's this late, dude. I cannot believe it's this late. I always feel like I'm gonna stream and then have some time after the stream to like get some stuff done, and that never happens. I gotta go to bed soon, so. Okay, you said assassin slot. Did you relog though? The key is you don't even have to relog, you just go to your support list and change around like, you know, someone's CE. That's generally the way to do it. Oh, my friends list is too big. I'm so hyped for Lost Belt 6 though, just because I'm hoping for good boss fights, right? Like the start of it was really disappointing, and gotta get that buff done there, Marps. But I'm hoping they're gonna have some good. You passed it, did I? The fuck? Look, I'm tired. What do you want from me here? Airy, got Beastly. I almost said it. Nope, not reading any more fucking names. Not reading more goddamn names. None of that. So I'm gonna try to trying to get sniped here. Jesus, I haven't noticed him all night here, so that was really unlucky right there when I was reading. All right, let's see. Where is Fury? Fury is dead. That's Semiramis though. NP 5, 10, 10, 10. Damn. Now this is Saber. Is this the same account as the other? Because I know this is Saber Nero's account. Yeah, this must be the same one. I don't know if he has more than one NA account or not. I can't remember. What is going on? Yeah, Fury, we're gonna need you to update a CE here or something. This is some bullshit right now. It doesn't help that I don't know what servant I'm looking for. Kai with the curse arm there. Some of these names, man. Oh, Donzo, like that helps. That makes sense. Doesn't have her buff yet, by the way. Big oof. So she does have good hard survivability. She really does. Honestly, I think if she had her JP buff, I think she could do this. She is way better at soloing, especially in AoE situations than people think. Like, seriously, she's impressed me since her buff when I've tested her. She's done way better than I thought she would. I'm not sure she'll be able to do it without her buff, because this is the exact kind of stage where you're going to see a lot of value shift with that buff. So she might not be able to do it now, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, at least I got an art card. The problem is that 219 one, man. That's gonna be an oof right there. Did she survive Lost Alt 5.5? I forget. I think she did. I so did not think she would though. Like I really thought Dawn's. Maybe she died at the last second, but I think she lived, didn't she? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure she lived, and yeah, I really was expecting her to die, but I'm glad she didn't. Okay, looking good, looking good. Okay. Does not matter which one I cast. Like, there's no sure hit or pierce vulnerability, so it makes no difference. Quick versus Buster. This is always tough. Quick is better for the repeat NP and potential crits next turn, but the burst damage is way higher with the BBB. I'm leaning towards quick though. I don't know, I got a 40% crit. If that 40% crit when you're doing 3 of a kind bonus, Buster up, and first card Buster bonus, that's really good. But we have, no, I'll go this way because we have Stargent up, so our NP makes an okay amount of stars, and then quick. I like guaranteed crits. I actually don't know how many stars this will make though. I haven't used her in a while. See, that'd be like 110k. And then you get the other stuff too. Okay, 40. That's pretty good. I think we made the right call. The only way we didn't make the right call is if that 40, you know, ruins everything. I might face tank next turn because it's their NP turn. I almost want to do art quick, but I don't think so. Oh yeah, I remember that guy, Beastly. That's a long time ago. That's funny. Can I face tank? We're at neutral. I think they're gonna hit for like 4k. It's gonna be so close. It's gonna be super fucking close. If I could have killed one of them, they would then proceed to crit me in the face. I'm worried about that one having the attack up. I think I gotta try it. God, that guy is at 138. Oh god, her NP needs to do more damage, man. Oh, she would have done more than 110k, by the way. I was thinking on the one target, but she gets like the 20% on 3 targets. We're in trouble. Yeah, gotta face take a turn somewhere, and this is the one that's most like likely to go in our favor, so we don't really have a choice. Ugh, that's gonna be, the defense down is gonna get us. Yeah, or it's too much. Damn. That sucks because if we could have counted through there, we had a lot of survivability left. We still had the Mystic Code, and then I think our skills would have just come back. But if I didn't do it there and I did the invulnerability, I think I would have died before my skills came back. Like, just barely. She could probably do a bit better than that, though. I don't know, maybe we need to change the CE. I don't know. That's tough. I might give that... I might give that more tries later. It's super late though. I gotta wrap up. Like, holy shit, I went way overboard today. And we haven't even gotten to the Hydra yet, and that's a super good one. All right, boys, thank you for hanging out. That was a good time. We'll do more of this tomorrow, and we'll try to get in some dragon stages on NA. I swear at some point, though, I'm going to do a bonus stream and play, like, Darkest Dungeon, because that was getting good. Or, you know, Genshin or something. Alright, who are we gonna raid? Any chance Cairo is streaming? Negative. Let's see, who's playing FGO right now? What do we got? Quite a few people playing FGO today, actually. Okay, here we go. Somebody, I think Thor is reading the Lost Belt 6 story, so I think that's interesting to some people. If you want to get some translations for Lost Belt 6. I literally just typed in raid in the URL instead of the name. Excuse me, that is not how you raid. Okay, now I got it. I know what I'm doing. Professional streamer, by the way. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. I'm out of here. It is sad. I legitimately make my living through YouTube and Twitch, and I'm this bad at it. Right? That's something.